Hello, everybody. How's everybody doing tonight? Hopefully good. Hopefully good. It was a pretty nice day today, right? Yeah. So I was looking at you know, my videos, and I guess that people aren't supposed to be talking about certain things, like I don't know. But that's so strange because doesn't that that's so contradictory, Hi, XX. It's so contradictory about freedom of speech, and yet we're not allowed to have our views and opinions on hello, Glad, our views and opinions on certain things that I guess we're not supposed to talk about. But let's just say the health issues that are going on in the world. We're not supposed to talk about them, I guess, if they aren't what they want us to be saying. Like if they're not in agreement with them, then they remove them. So I guess in other words, we're not supposed to, hey, I know, right? The third X. So if you guys know what I'm talking about, it's about, that thing that ends with, a number, and we're not supposed to talk about it if we disagree with what they say. So very surprised about that because um it's just when people are just voicing their opinions and we're not advising anybody else about um what they should or shouldn't do, then I mean if somebody had some kind of a you know just like for example, say they got some kind of a you know a something to supposedly fight something from coming, and infecting you or something. And we're just, repeating what like that we read or heard. And then, do you have a channel, XX? Oh, you mean on Facebook? I cannot believe that we aren't allowed to talk about, you know, something in a disagreement way. Like if I was saying, oh, I agree. It wasn't Facebook though. It wasn't Facebook. But, if I was in agreement saying, oh yeah, everybody should do this, everybody da 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 da, right? If I was in agreement with it and um not repeating the things that I feel are important, things I read, like in news reports and stuff, then, if I was in agreement and not repeating the negative of this particular um, medication, I guess I should say, then I guess I'd be all right then. They'd probably, yeah, I don't do Facebook either anymore. People were too mean on there. Oh yeah, they're too mean on there. But it wasn't they were mean, but they were just like, it wasn't like a conversation really. It was just like, people with their memes and this and that. I'm just shocked that we're not allowed. Oh, and then like they also made my other video. You do love Facebook, yeah? I mean, I used to like it, but then I got hooked on YouTube, evidently, right? Right. Evidently. Anybody know what Bobbles is going to be about tonight? I should have looked before I came on. I'm so stupid. I know I saw it already, but I just can't. Old people memory, I guess, you know. Oh, is that what it's about tonight? Really? Why is my fucking neighbor calling my dog from outside? What's wrong with her? Oh, anyway, yeah. See about those banging couples. What the hell was it? I saw a picture of, it was Sharon V, but she was like, had her tongue out near it, kind of like, kind of weird, like pervertedly. And it kind of just like grossed me right out, you know? She just had her tongue hanging out, like just weird. I don't know. Fucking weird. Like she was licking something. I don't know. She didn't really lick it, but I don't know. She's just fucking. She's changed, man. It's like, like with a YouTube channel now and with her fucking money and all this gloating, she's really changed than what she used to be. Yeah, I agree. I agree that she is a little strange. Oh, here tonight? She does, doesn't she? She tears him up. She tears him up. I wish you two would come on the panel, like XX and Secular, and then you could just ask him everything that you want to say right on the panel, you know? No, I didn't. You need me to go look? Do you want me to go look? I'll go look. I'll be right back. I mean, I'm not leaving. I think I could still, well, I can't hear you guys. You know what else they did? They said that my video with the Urban Explorer, but the one, that was all messed up and I was like, swearing a lot in it. Oh, let me look. Hold on. Let me look. Exact right now. Da-da-da-da-da. I don't know if you guys can see. But they have gone. Oh well, I have something to say. I'm sad my back locked last night, so I jumped off. Prudently was looking for the book. I go on today to replay. Prudently never read it. I go more to the end as to you started one chapter of a different book and didn't finish. One of you two better have a story for me ASAP. I love it. I don't know if you guys can still hear me, but let me come back here. Yeah, I know. I wanted to, finish it, but I wasn't sure. Like, you're very like encouraging about that, and then, everybody, everybody else, I don't know if they are like interested in it, but I really was kind of like interested in what happened with the, when the Indians and that story that I was doing last night. I was really interested in what was going to happen because they had just like the Indians, like the snow had made the stockade fence less than less than that I have I know, right? I told him, I go, she, he would lose it. He would lose that hard on because you would just, simply like emasculate him, like tear him apart. I said, so he'd be like whimpering away with his wee wee between his legs, like a tail between his legs. Uh, I don't think you're masculine. I think he's not masculine enough. I don't think you're masculine at all. You're beautiful. Look at you. You know, lemon, lemon. I mean, I would like go back to that chapter if you guys want me to. I mean, I'm just saying, I really want to know like what happened after the Indians they climbed the stockade. It's a true story, true story. And if you go back to my the one where I went, hey Ace, how are you? If you go back to that one video that I did where I was, going around Deerfield, Mass, that is you can like actually probably match up some of those stones to the people that I talk about in this book because it's a real accounting of what happened. And the girl the girl she ended up, well, I don't want to tell you what happened, you know but I just think it's really interesting. I'd like to do it. I mean, what do you guys think? Do you want to hear the rest of that? And I do skip over things so that it's not, like if there's too much like descriptive of like, what kind of a night it is and stuff, like I'll try to stuff that's, too not really, I don't know. So I don't, sounded like like it was a true account you're saying. Yeah, it is a true. Yeah, Mercy Carter. And they were, if you go and you look back at that video, you'll see that there was a lot of people that there was that burial mound, remember? And it had the gravestone. He says, I don't see the masculinity though, either way. Meaning like that you're not masculine, XX, and that Metro isn't either. So I guess it's good that you're not, and sad that he is. Right? I think it's just because like we all watch him go around saying silly shit sometimes. I mean, I like him. I love him to pieces. He's very nice. He's always nice to me. He makes videos like, promoting my GoFundMe page and things like that. And I think that's real sweet of him. But uh, you know, he does come up with some his views sometimes are really messed up. I don't know if he's serious about them or if, he's just saying it. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, friends. How are you? So yeah, so it was like February 28th, 1704. I keep saying. Did you hear the story that I was reading? That I started XX last night. I think so, right? Because it says it in here, and then because you say I never finished it, so you're right about that. Because I didn't finish it. Why would you fuck with him on that? Like that? Now I should talk earlier on my. Now I have it out for him since that night. Him and Debbie came on. Yeah, somebody else was, and I'm like, remember Jeff said that, and I'm like, how the fuck could she be a clone and I modded her? You know what I mean? Like I think I would know your traits if somebody came in here, and plus, I mean, it goes to whatever. That's what people say. I forgot, right? Who cares? Half the time they're probably clones. That's what I think. I mean, I really have a hard time thinking that Debbie just goes around to places like I don't even know. Like, do you think that was really her in here? All I know is like when I've been in her live stream before, nobody was kind to me over there. So I have never been back again because, um, you know, they weren't kind. Nobody was. taking me out on a date? Oh, I think he was talking about me coming down to Michigan and Roscoe could come too. And I was like, simmer down. Never fucking, I mean, I'd go to Michigan, but certainly wouldn't bring my dog with me. Yeah, he knows that anyway. But I just, yeah. I'd really like to know where Mr. Rourke fucking disappeared to. That would be nice, you know? But I haven't even tried calling him because, yeah. Yeah, so then they put that other video where I was like swearing all the time in it. They made that one like restricted or something. I don't know what they did. Just odd to me how, other people can go on and say shit, but, like the bigger channels, I find it hard to believe that we can't have a difference of opinion when it comes to that other stuff, though, with what's going on, in the, kind of thing. Oh, we can hunt Rourke down. Oh my God, that's so fun. We can, you mean? We can hunt Rourke. Anybody interested in what happens to like family when the freaking Indians came in? Anybody? Anybody at all? Because I'm gonna end up having to read the book all by myself, and I ordered it specifically for you guys. Uh, that would be cool, XX. So you do, Ace? Yeah. Every time I would watch Tom's channel before, I would always say to him, "Oh, can't you go to like a haunted cemetery or something?" When he would be driving around, and he'd be just read, woman. I already said someone better read. All right, I'll do it now. So, Ace, were you here when, like, at the beginning of the story, um, when the Indians came? They had come all the way from Canada, and it was February 28th. They had come 300 miles walking, the Indians, the Mohawks from Canada. And then they like got over the stockade fence, which was originally 12 feet high, but because of the snow, it now was, less than 12 feet high. So that's how they were getting in. Isn't that crazy that, the settlers, they didn't think, that to shovel that or whatever they would do to get rid of it, but it was 10 below zero. So they didn't think that they would be coming like that, but they did. And they had like English soldiers that were there to protect the stockade, but then the Indians got in, they set fire to the barns, and they were, killed the soldiers and stuff. And okay, so Um, that's it was last night actually when I had said that part. Now I don't know. Would you guys rather? Okay, yeah, okay. So we'll just continue on with this one, and then I actually have that other one too. But what's okay? Okay, here let's do this. So at this point now, they had gone to. Now remember in that video that I made about the Deerfield, Massachusetts, the cemetery, there's a burial mound. And it says to the people who died in 1704, February 28th, 1704, during the Indian raid. All right. So the Indian came up. He had like black and white um, war paint all over him. And he told them to go outside. But the kids um, had the sense of mind enough to put shoes on and everything. So the Indian made them go downstairs, where when they went downstairs, they saw that, all the soldiers were dead down there and everything. So, um, as if nothing had, so the Indians paid no attention to the wounding of the Frenchmen. In fact, they paid no attention to anything. So I guess there was like French soldiers there with them too, with the Indians for some reason. As if nothing at all was happening, they lined their prisoners up. Mercy, Sam, Tommy, and John and Benny stumbled into place. And now Mercy saw that the line was long. Dozens of children had been thrust out into the cold, where they stood stunned and silent. There were some parents. She counted the entire Kellogg family. So some of these names you'll see their gravestones in that. So some of them survived it, but some of them didn't, and you'll see the gravestones and everything in that video that I did. So she counted the entire Kellogg family, all six Hearst children, some of the Williams children. Mercy found herself next to the oldest Williams girl, who tried twice to speak and twice could not, who pawed at Mercy's shawl and scrabbled at the fringe. What bodies had she had to step over to get out of her house? Her father was the minister. Mercy loved Mr. Williams. He was the voice of God, and Deerfield could not survive without him. Surely he could not be dead. Your father and mother? Mercy asked finally. John and Jerusha, came the answer. John was 6 years old and Jerusha a newborn. If the Indians would kill John and Jerusha, then they would kill her 2-year-old little sister Mara. Mercy left her brothers, running back into her house, slipping in blood and ignoring the flame. The Indian was at the hearth. She was calling him her Indian for some reason, because that was the one, that in particular had, what's that link for, Vlad? Um, adding pots and spoons to his bundle. Her stepmother was standing next to him, staring blankly. The baby was asleep on her shoulder. The savage still held Mara upside down under his arm, and Mara was still holding her beloved blanket. Mercy remembered that she too was carrying things, Tommy's jacket and her own cloak. Mercy walked in front of the Indian and said loudly, "I'll carry my sister," pointing to show what she meant. His eyes rested on Mercy. Then he put his hands on her hair. I'm dead, she thought. He's going to scalp me right here. But the Indian handed Mara over, and with both arms free, he tied his loot into a bundle, using the four corners of Mercy's blanket, and he threw the sack over his back. What is that link for? I'll be right back. I gotta get something to drink. Give me 1 second. But remember, this is like a true accounting of this, so you know. Um, does anybody know what that link is for? Huh? No. Um. All right. So the Indian handed over, and then he drew the sack over his back. Wait, I need a coat," said Mercy, reaching into the bundle and yanking out a warm covering for Mara. "Come, Mama," she said, but her stepmother did not move. "Walk on," said Mercy, shoving her, "and don't drop the baby." What, the link? Oh, yeah. I don't know what that was. Yeah. It disappeared. Yeah. Watch and make sure if things are disappearing. Let me know, because somebody's making comments disappear. It could either be the Google thing or somebody who's modded and doing things like, whatever. Um, yeah. Well, Vlad's the one who posted it. Vlad posted the link. I just wondered what it was, so I don't know. Okay. Um, so perhaps being upside down had prevented Mara from whining, because as soon as Mercy got outside and turned her upright again, she started shrieking. The line of prisoners had changed. It was moving. People were being forced out of the stockade and into the frozen fields. Her brother and the Hearst children and the Williams children were gone, and Mercy ended up next to Jemima Richards. "They're going to kill us," cried Jemima, her body convulsing by sobbing. "They had time to do that, and they didn't," said Mercy. "I think we're prisoners." She forced Mara to stick her arms into her coat. Oh, well, Ace says it's still up, but hiya, Blobby. I'm just reading some true account of the Indians raiding some village in Deerfield. I had done like a video on it before, so hope I'm not too boring, but they're like being marched out into like 10-degree weather, 10-degree below. So it was Benny's far too cold for Mara. It would keep Mara warm to her toes, but it meant Benny wasn't wearing anything. Where were the boys? He must catch up to them and put her brother into his jacket. She looked around, and she had already lost her stepmother and the baby. There were too many people. She couldn't think straight about so many people who needed so many things. Jemima held on to Mercy so hard that Mercy could barely keep her grip on Mara. Burning barns fell in, and the shrieking of penned animals filled the air. Oh, that kind of sucks, huh? The animal side. Wah. That's bad. Uh, they had to get out of the stockade or burn. "Hurry up, we have to catch up," Jemima said. "I don't want to. I'm English. This isn't fair. I don't want some savage near me. They even gave me a pack to carry. I don't want to carry it." "Go," said Mercy, jabbing her. "I would just get away from that little whiny girl, right? She's going to get her killed." The north wind flung embers into the air, tossing them down to burn on like candles in the snow. Mercy's family had never been able to afford candles, just pine knots. Interesting. "Where's my mother?" moaned Jemima. "We'll find her," said Mercy. "Move fast." Ruth Catlin, who I did see their gravestones too, Catlin, in that cemetery, stumbled into line with them, wearing only her white nightgown. On her feet were huge, heavy boots that must be her father's or brother's. In the reflected light, Ruth's dark hair seemed blue. She was frail and had bad lungs. Nobody had expected her to live through the winter. No young man spent time with Ruth, because if there was one thing a young man needed, it was a strong wife. Ruth didn't qualify. "Hi, Jeff Spilling. Hope you have a good day, too." "She'll freeze to death quicker than I will," thought Mercy. She gave her scarf and her cloak to Ruth, who snapped them through the air as if whipping a bareback. "Somebody let those savages in," yelled Ruth, stamping her foot and whirling in circles to find the evidence. "There is a traitor here. Who opened those gates?" Mercy had seen the attack. There was no traitor, only the stupidity of Deerfield, convinced that the snow and the cold were a barrier. She put Tommy's little jacket over her shoulders until she could find him. "I'm finding out who it was," said Ruth, "and I'm killing them." As if there was not enough killing. "Hi." "Hi, Ben. I'm just reading that Indian story." Oh my God, Tucker, do you have to sit right in the light? You're horrible. Anyway, Mercy had seen the chat. There was no, okay, they didn't. Okay. Out of the meeting house came a row of white men roped together, a crowd of women carrying babies, and older children carrying blankets and coats and little brothers and sisters. Dozens of prisoners. Had they fled to the safety of the meeting house only to find themselves trapped? Or had the Indians put the prisoners inside to keep them from being shot in the melee? They were herded like cattle toward the gate. Mercy made out her brothers far ahead, half hidden by smoke. She counted only 3. She said, oh no, who's missing?" "They're all here," she told herself. "I just can't see through the smoke." The last pair of settlers out of the meeting house were Eliza Price and her Indian husband. "I bet he's responsible," said Ruth. "He's an Indian himself, for Lord's sake. She married him, which is disgusting. An Indian girl choosing an Indian. I'm sorry, an English girl choosing an Indian." Good morning, Ben. It was certainly amazing, but not only had Mr. Williams agreed to the marriage, he had performed it, and Eliza's family had taken Andrew Stevens into their home. that that was there too, at that cemetery. Everybody said it was the only legal marriage in the New World between a white woman and a red man. He's a praying Indian, Mercy reminded Ruth. It was as odd to have this conversation as it had been for Sam to think of shoes. So Andrew claims to be Christian, so he doesn't use the name Strong Arrow anymore. What makes everybody think that the man suddenly became Weak Thread? I would never take a red Indian into my house. Andrew Stevens opened those gates. I know he did. Eliza was moved aside to make room. Then Andrew was hacked to death by his own people. Ooh, really? He stood still. Andrew did not fight back. He stood still and erect while they chopped him to pieces and did not fall until he was dead. Oh my God. When I saw this, thing, I didn't know. He seemed to know it was coming. When it was finished, the Indians put Eliza in line next to Ruth, where she stood numbly, staring at her husband's body. With the sharp edge of hatchets, the Indians prodded the line forward. Nobody argued. The huge gate had been half torn from its hinges. Captives were trying to fit through, trying to lead children, trying to count their families. Mercy tripped on a little boy sucking his thumb and tugging sadly at his earlobe. He wore a frown and not much else. Mercy set Mara down and knelt in the shadow of the falling gate to see who the naked child was. Little Daniel, his mother dead and father far away, left for the winter with his Warner cousins. His father had gone to Boston in hopes of finding a bride who would come to Deerfield and take care of Daniel for him. Except now, look at this. Her father, in fact, there was not one Deerfield woman who would not have been joyful to move to Boston, but Boston had passed a law saying that to abandon a frontier town was the act of a traitor. If you lived in Deerfield, you could not leave. Wow, I didn't know that. If you abandoned a frontier town, you were a traitor. So you couldn't even move to a. That's crazy. So they kind of forced people to live where they wanted to develop them. You know. Mercy hugged Daniel, who smiled around his thumb. Got a big businessman at 9. My father was black hot, but he's a Mason, hence the D. It was born. They tried to black Benjamin. Does that mean, Ben, that you're leaving? Mercy hugged Daniel, who smiled around his thumb, sucking, and said without moving the thumb, "Hi, Mercy." Mercy wiped away Daniel's tears so they would not freeze to his skin. "Where are the Warners?" said Jemima irritably. Mercy did not want to know the answer to that. She had enough answers. Daniel is. Oh, that's nice. That's probably where you get the height from, because they were talking about him being really tall in here. Um, Daniel is our responsibility now. Tuck him in your cloak while I carry Mara and stop him from crying. They are killing the babies who cry. Jemima would not pick Daniel up. He was too heavy, she said. Anyway, if she set her pack down, she would get scalped. He's 3, said Jemima. He can walk. Mercy took Tommy's jacket off her shoulders and bundled Daniel into it. Yeah, that's what they were saying. These Mohawks were just like, they walked 300 miles, some of them with like no shirts on and just their war paint and everything, and were leaping over the wall. Um, she lifted she bundled Daniel into it, and she lifted the little boy on one hip and hoisted Mara on the other. Daniel settled in, putting one arm around Murphy's neck and still sucking on his thumb. Even now, Mara did not want to share and tried to kick Daniel. Imagine that poor little girl having to walk with 2 babies, one on each hip, and both of them are like 3 years old, so they're not, they're not 8 pounds anymore. Through snow, too, like feet of snow. That's terrible. The sun was rising. Way up there's a picture. A picture of what? Oh, you're going to get some pictures or something? The sun was rising. It jumped out from behind the eastern ridge, throwing pink shadows over the snow. In minutes, the world went from dark to dawn and daylight. There seemed no point in trying to catch up with her brothers, even if Mercy could have walked quickly with a child in each arm. The snow had been so trampled inside Deerfield that she had half forgotten it. But beyond the gate, the snow became a living creature, deep and solid, crusted and pathless. Leaders somewhere out of Mercy's sight were taking the line of prisoners northeast and into the hills. What do you mean, no harness way up? What does that mean? Oh, they built buildings with no harnesses holding them up. Okay, I get it. Only 50 feet beyond the gate, the weight of the two toddlers already seemed impossible. Mercy was used to babies. Oh my God, I saw that. The fence with the Aboriginal girls, and they walked that all those miles with no shoes on. They walked like hundreds of miles, and they followed the rabbit fence. I saw that movie. Oh, that's a good movie. I just got goosebumps. Ace. It was a great movie. Really good. Um, Only 15. Okay, beyond the game. Mercy was used to babies. Most women in Deerfield had a baby every year. Not all of them lived, of course, but oh, Black Hawk Indian. You know what? Actually, that those are from like around the Washington area, right? That's where the Black Hawk Reservation is, like Oregon, Washington, somewhere around there. Because I did a story on a girl, Misty Upham, who was Black Hawk Reservation. Aren't they? Yeah, aren't they? All right. Uh, so, Mercy's breathing came hard, and Jemima kept muttering and looking back, while Ruth made threats from the safe warmth of Mercy's cloak, and poor, sad, widowed Eliza stumbled. Mercy paused to catch her breath and shook the children. She squinted into the rising sun, trying to make an accurate count of the prisoners, strung out now across the mile of snow. Smaller children were hard to see, hidden by snowdrifts or the long swinging cloaks of adults being carried. When Mercy rubbed her eyes, she realized it was not the glare of the sun on the snow that made it hard to see. It was tears. She thought there might actually be 100 captives. She had never heard of Indians taking more than one or two. There was no way to march 100 prisoners, mostly little ones with short legs and hungry tummies, all the way to Canada in the middle of winter. No way to keep these children warm and their feet from freezing. Already her feet, uncomfortably jammed into her mother's old leather shoes, were chafed and cold. Cold replaced fear. She was not going to last long without a coat. Lord, care for me. I have Mara and Daniel, and I need to be strong. An Indian appeared next to her. He wore a deerskin cape and fat fur mittens. His black and white face paint stared at her. His black and white paint stared at her. It was not until he took off the cape and his chest was bare again that Mercy recognized him as the Indian on her stairs. He put his cape over Mercy, tucked it around her and the both babies. It was lined with rabbit fur and had a hood, which he tied beneath her chin. The Indian pointed Mercy forward and gave her a gentle push. On this terrible morning, forward could have only one meaning: Canada, 300 miles, on foot, in this weather, carrying two toddlers. That was nice that he did that. You guys want me to go on? See, I think that's the Indian that I'm not gonna say. But anyway, I think that's why she was saying her Indian, her, because that's the one who came into her house. You want me to go on? Or are you guys running off to another stream, or should I keep going? Tell me. Tell me what you want me to do. Now it's February 29th. Temperature is 0 degrees. And so they're walking to Canada. Want me to continue, you guys? I know, that's, yeah. Do you want me to keep going? Okay. Eben Nims was the last in the line of captives that straggled across the fields and up into the hills. The Indians had strapped a heavy pack to his back, its weight supported by a belt across his forehead. Wow. Wrapped in the quilt his grandmother had made in England, where his mother's stew pot and china bowls, his sister's dolls, his father's gun, and brother-in-law's Bible. There were boots and a whole ham, powder, and shot in yesterday's bread. Eben would not have to part with his family's possessions. He himself would carry them to Canada. Next to him, Mercy Carter's stepmother could not even carry her own baby. Terrified beyond thought or action, she skittered aimlessly in the snow, crying like the infant that she held. Eben tried to take the baby for her, but so quickly that she could not have known what was happening. She and her baby were disposed of. Oh my God. Oh, I'm talking about Indians like taking over the town of, they raided, well, they didn't take it over, they raided the town of Deerfield, Mass in 1704, like in the winter, the dead of winter. And it's a true story that I'm reading. Yeah. Um, wow, so they just killed her stepmother and the baby. That's crazy. They were disposed of. So I'm going to assume that's what it means. Evan even understood why it was done. She would not have made it over the first mountain. Ugh, that's so sad. So these were the border wars, where the French sent their tame Indians to slaughter English settlers. The taking of so many children would strike horror into the heart of every frontier mother and father. Farms and villages would be abandoned. The settlements would return to wilderness. The new world would be French and not English. But in spite of the shock and fear, Evan Nims rejoiced. He had saved his three little sisters, twins Molly and Mary, age 5, hair of gold and eyes of blue, and Hitty, the picky, feisty 7-year-old. Evan loved that. Oh yeah, the rabbit pink cat. Usual but respect. What happened to Ace? Seems old. What happened to Ace? I don't know. Um, Okay, by the time Eben had been awakened by gunfire, already the sleepers downstairs were trying to find and load weapons and trying to hold the heavy front door against the Indians who were smashing the lock with their hatchets and throwing their weight against the hinges. Eben tore his little sisters from their beds, carrying all three in his arms, and leaping down the stairs. He yanked up the trapdoor to the shallow cellar where food was stored and lowered the girls into the dark. Are you coming too, Eben? Begged Molly, who was afraid of spiders. I'll be up here fighting. Stay quiet. Soon the attack will be over, and I'll get you out. What happened? What is he saying? Not everyone is bad. I think it was a movie. I don't know what that means. Um. Okay. So he slammed the trap door, and their terrified eyes vanished from his sight. He kicked the bedrolls over the telltale cracks in the floorboards, and the Indians smashed through the front door and were inside the house. He was prepared to fight to the death. I swear to God, that's what was happening. I'm telling you, if you go back and look at my video, the one, did she leave? Did Ace leave? No, right? Hi. Hi, Lee. She didn't leave, right? No. Got no time for, what are you saying? Step up. What are you talking about, Ben? What's going on? Yeah. No, really, what is going on with you guys over there? I don't understand either. Ben, what are you saying? What are you doing? What are you saying? We're talking about Indians and stuff. This is what we're talking about already. I don't know what you mean. We're just reading a book here. Nobody's doing nothing. All right. So, he was prepared to fight for the death. Help would come too late for him, but his little sisters would be found. The settlers had experience. They knew to check sellers. Evan had, I don't even know. XX, we don't know. I don't know. I don't understand. Not my people. No, they're not your people. They're not your people, Ben. This is like in 1704. Stop. Stop it. They weren't yours because these ones were from Canada near Massachusetts. They're not the Black Hawks. That's not, yeah, not them. They're different Indians, Mohawks. I think he's confused. He thinks that these Indians are the same ones but no, these are Mohawks from up this way, like the Mohawk Trail around Massachusetts and Canada and stuff, okay? They're not the Black Hawks. Um, All right, so Eben had no weapon but a frying pan, which he uses violently as the Indians use their tomahawks. Frenchmen poured into the house. Eben was so astonished to see the French that the pan slipped from his grasp. The French did not do their own fighting. The whole point of Indian allies was to be sure that the Indians took all the risk. Before he could launch his fist. So you mean, all right, well, these are French soldiers now they're talking about. Before he could launch his fist, an Indian thrust a knife into his chest. Eben gave his soul to the Lord, but when the blade had penetrated half an inch, the Indian used it to prod Eben out of the house. Eben willed Molly and Mary and Hitty to stay silent until the men of neighboring towns spotted fire and came to the rescue. Running 2 fingers through his own dark red grease paint, the Indian marked Eben's forehead. Why was Eben alive? It had been so crowded in the house that they did not know Eben had killed one of them, or did they know well and did this mark for him out for torture later? My people turn to defend everyone. Okay, but all right, but this is just we'll get to that. But okay, so Mercy pulled her sister along while she carried Daniel, and then she carried Mara and hauled Daniel. Jemima did not help. Ruth, whose lungs got worse in the cold weather, was wheezing. Mercy knew the hill they were climbing. It was the view from her bedroom window, a long, stripped of trees, because the settlers needed so much wood for buildings and for fires. The hills around Deerfield had no covering now but grass. You guys let me know if you end up leaving, like Ace and XX, if everybody ends up leaving and going over to, a different live stream, going to Bobbles or something. I don't want to keep reading and then, have you guys not be here listening. So just let me know, okay? Because I am still looking at the chat, okay? I don't know, Ben. You're like angry right now, but I don't know why. It's just good luck playing poorly. Yeah, it's just, like, I don't know, but, okay, okay. He didn't chase Ace away, did he? I hope not. I think he thinks we're talking about it. Okay. All right. So you guys let me know. All right. So they to get trees big enough to repair the stockade, the men had to venture 3 or 4 miles from the village. In wartime, it was too dangerous. The very trees they needed to cut down in order to build safety were the trees behind which the Indians lurked. Mother had loved this hill. She used to run. Now, if you look where like in that video I made, there's 2 actually showing that Deerfield. But if you look at that video I made, I aimed the camera out towards like the fields and the mountains around it. And in my mind, I'm like kind of picturing that they were crossing that field right now in my head. That's what they're crossing. Uh, uh, I don't know what you're talking, Ben. I don't know. You're a little combative. Just listen to the story and relax. Okay. Uh, okay, so anyway. Mother had loved this hill. She used to run up it, shooing the boys ahead of her, holding Mercy's hand, saying, "In a moment, Mercy, we'll see the Lord's land, the land he gave us, waiting for an English axe and an English hand." Mother would throw back her head and laugh delightedly at the sight of the wilderness stretching north, ready to be tamed and used as the Lord meant it to be, instead of wasted on the Indians. Isn't that terrible that the parents, but I think that wasn't like the parents were really teach, they were teaching their kids that, but because they had been taught that too, like I can only imagine what the Indians that were there before they got there to Deerfield, that area, what they must have done to them, you know? Like, because these Indians are Canadian Indians, the ones that are attacking them. But Canadian Mohawks with the French and French and Indian, whatever. But I can't imagine that what they must have done to the tribe that was there. Mother was okay. So look, cried Jemima, Mercy, turn around. The men of Hadley are coming. We'll be saved. Okay, so I've been through We know you're real, Ben. We know. Mercy did not want to slow down. The Indians were letting prisoners rest once they reached the top, but she did fling one glance over her shoulder, and sure enough, the flames in the sky must have alerted the watch in Hadley. From the south came men on horseback, dozens of them. Jemima was laughing and hugging herself. They'll kill those Indians, she said smugly. They'll slaughter those French. But Mercy knew too well the Indians were always ready for a second stand. Don't look, she told herself. It's better not to know. She looked. The ambush was ready. She could see it from where she stood. Now, I did a video of, but it was too cold to get out of the car, of the old Hadley Cemetery. So, oh my God. My God, Ben, I don't know what to say. I really don't. Please. I don't want you to like keep going on, and I know that this is like a random thing that you're doing right now, Ben, because you don't usually act this way, but I need you to stop giving Ace a hard time. I really do. I need you to stop giving Ace a hard time. You know, please, please. I'm asking you because then if I wouldn't say we wouldn't want to, whatever. Please, just please. Okay. Do I still have you guys here? Are you guys leaving, going to that other live stream? Do you mind? Like, oh, I'm so sorry, you guys. Mm, yeah. All right. Then. Yeah, okay. Mercy could jump up and down and scream a warning, but the rescuers would not see her against the glare, and if they did, they wouldn't recognize a warning. They'd ride faster to save her. Mercy hoisted Daniel and Mara, one on each hip, and climbed on, feet sideways in the snow to get a grip on the slippery tilt. At the top of the hill, she set them down. Her knees were trembling and her ankles hurt from being scoured around. When she lowered her exhausted arms, she wanted to cry along with Mara. Jemima and Ruth had halted to enjoy the rescue. Ruth was clapping while Jemima waved her hat and scarf. The French vanished over the snow and across the brook in the opposite direction from the hill up, which the prisoners floundered. I'm so like tongue tied because I'm like looking at the chat, like fucking. Anyway, all right. A few Indians were gathering the last plunder when the men of Hadley galloped up. A great cheer rose from the Deerfielders still fighting. It was a stirring sound, as full of joy as the shouted amen. Jemima forgot her fear, and Ruth forgot her anger, and they too cheered. Tears wet Mercy Carter's face as she walked. From the besieged houses, the surviving English poured out. There was no pause. The men of Hadley rode right past the stockade, while the men of Deerfield raced on foot after them, hoisting long, dark muskets. Don't go after the Indians, she prayed. Stay where you are. But nothing would stop this pursuit. The English would hurl themselves against the enemy to get 100 captives back. Mercy held Mara and Daniel tight against her so they could not walk. The Indians pulled back, coaxing the pursuit forward. One Indian was shot down, body twisting and arms flailing, and another great cheer came from the English. Then the French exploded out of the trees, and the Indians stepped from a cleft in the ground. Sunlight caught the snow, and the world took on an odd shine, and Ruth's brother, marked out by the persimmon dyed cap Ruth had knit for him last fall, was the first one killed in the meadow. Oh my God. All right, you're not on Bobbles. Okay, Bobbles. I mean, I'm all right then. So did they go to Bobbles? Is that when they went? Are they all gone? Like they're not? I see 11 in the chat room. Oh, there's XX. Maybe Ace will just like listen on the playback or something. I know she likes to go to Bobbles. I don't know if she's still here, but I'm gonna keep going with this. Last to reach the top of the hill, Edmund supported the heavy burden by tucking his hands behind him so he could straighten a little and look back. The English flag blew in the light wind as if it did not know or care that its sons, thank you, expect, as if it did not know or care that its sons and daughters had died. Eben's house was burning. In spite of its heavy covering of snow, the wood shingled roof had caught fire. Fire was melting the snow, but the snow melt was not putting out the fire. A window fell in, cracked by heat, and flames leaped out. For a moment, the flames were spawn yellow, and then something caught, ammunition perhaps, or grease in a pan by the hearth. The men of Hadley died in the meadow, and Eben Nims died in his heart. Oh, that's messed up. He said Molly and Mary and Hitty would be silent forever now. So basically, we are real friends then. Just stop. So basically, what he's saying is he was thinking that, you know, they would, that the Indians wouldn't exceed. I don't know. He's maybe had a bad day. I don't know. Hey. Um, so basically, I guess that kid Evan that hid his little sisters in the thing under the floor, the root cellar, would uh he thought that the men from Deerfield would, look for them there, but instead the house burned. So they didn't get they didn't get saved. He thought he was saving them by hiding them, but instead they were killed, burned. The captives had not rested 5 minutes when the Indians moved them on. The French did not join them, nor were they visible. Those glorious uniforms and startling swords might have been swallowed by the frozen river. The prisoners went down the other side of the hill, and Deerfield vanished. They could neither see their home nor smell it burn, because the wind was blowing the other way and the smoke stayed behind. Ahead of them, snow sparkled. A few Indians walked first, trampling out a path, while the prisoners trudged in single file after them. There were about 20 adult men tied at their wrists and elbows. Around their necks were leather collars with two leashes, one held by the Indian in front, the other held by the Indian behind. About the same number of grown women walked alone because the Indians weren't letting their husbands walk with their wives. The mothers were stunned and heartsick, and above all, slow. It was frightening to see their fathers treated like dogs and their mothers without hope. The children kept to themselves. Mercy's legs throbbed. Daniel got heavier, and Mara would not stop crying. Eliza walked fast enough, but had to be guided in the right direction. She didn't say anything about what had happened to her husband, Andrew, and nobody else said anything either. In fact, nobody talked. Jemima cried as much as Mara, wailing for the rescue that had failed. Ruth's lungs were noisy as the crunching of the snow. They crossed field after field, the Indians constantly demanding more speed. Mercy did not know why the Indians were in such a hurry. They had killed anybody who could chase them. Eben had fallen a number of times, and this time when he struggled to his feet, the huge pack on his back had shifted, and he could not balance himself. An Indian saw and came over to adjust the strap. Eben had not thought he could tell one Indian from the other, but recognized the two-fingered smear in the man's red face paint. It was grease paint. The sight of his house burning had turned him into a mere collection of muscle. He supposed that was the purpose of making so many prisoners for slavery. The mark on his forehead must be the mark of ownership. He, Eben Nims. Now that name is also in that burial place. But I see like down to six, and I don't know if you guys want to go to Bobbles, but you can. I could stop here, and if you guys want to go to Bobbles, I don't have to keep reading. I just was like, I'll probably stop there after this chapter, but I've heard about the e-bagging and all that stuff. And sometimes I kind of take a little offense to it being called e-bagging because some people say that, whatever. I don't know. Okay. Um, always stop that. All right, XX. And I'm gonna keep reading because you're here and Ben's still here, and I don't know if Ace is, but hopefully she'll at least listen to the playback because I'm not gonna reread, But all right, so 100 paces ahead, Ruth Catlin turned and saw how close to Evan the Indian stood. She had been raging anyhow, and when her brother was shot in the meadow, her rage had intensified. Kill him, Eb, shouted Ruth Catlin. Just kill him. They're all murderers. What are you talking about, Ben? He's OP. Stop it. I don't know. I mean, seriously. 40 strong? Stop it. Um, all right, just kill him. They're all murderers. Evan could hear Ruth and understand Ruth and even agree with Ruth. He was in a position to seize the hatchet, but there was no fight in him. He followed the Indian. The pace was relentless. This was not a walk. It was a march. Like soldiers, they must take another step. Yeah, but, I don't know. If it's getting too much for you guys to make your own choice, but don't block, but just make your own choice. Remove. I mean, I like Ben a lot, but he's like taking out his anger on us for no reason. And um, yeah, I mean, I believe that we all are good friends, Ben, and I don't know why you're like attacking us. Must be the Indian in you. No, sir, just kidding. I'm only kidding, Ben. Hmm, okay, so there am I. All right. They did not walk in rhythm, nor was there a drum. All right, so Mercy could not keep up the pace. Gradually, the line passed by her until she was walking with Evan Mims, and she must not fall further behind than that because the Indians behind Evan were the end of the line. Daniel held tight and sucked his thumb, but not only did Mara refuse to walk, she kept yelling that her feet were cold and that she wanted her stepmother, and she needed her mittens, and she was hungry. Mercy could walk, though not fast enough, and she could carry, though not easily, but she could not supply food, warmth, or her mother. Oh, Jesus, man. Mercy tried to believe that stepmother was up ahead of her with the baby, that it was so crowded and chaotic that Mercy couldn't see her. But in her heart, she did not think that they had left the stockade. The savage put food in my pack, Mercy, said Evan quietly. If you slip your hand into the opening near my left shoulder, there's a loaf of bread on top. They walked on, considering whether the Indians would tomahawk her for stealing Evan's own bread. Oh, for stealing Evan's own bread. Well, they'd shortly tomahawk Mara for whining, so Mercy may as well get on with it. She set the two children down, and Evan bent his knees so she could reach, and Mercy fished around in the pack. She slid the loaf out. It was long and fat and crusty. No, he's not going to block it. All right, then, if you love us, guys, then stop being mean. You're being mean to us. Her Indian was watching. Mercy looked straight at him when she ripped a chunk off the bread for Mara. He did nothing. Mercy decided to give some to Jemima, too, which would give her something to do besides wine. She would give bread to Eliza and hope food would break Eliza's grieving. Mara did not take a single bite. She threw the bread across the snow. I want Mama, she said fiercely. She glared at Mercy, as if all this hiking and shivering were Mercy's fault. Mercy could not abandon the bread out there in the snow. She was going to need that bread. It was all they had. And somehow Mercy had become responsible for Mara and Daniel and Ruth and Eliza and Jemima, and probably even for Evan. Mercy stepped off the trodden path to retrieve the crust, but her Indian stopped her, shaking his head. On his face was no expression, but one, yeah, no one's blocking, but just, yeah, please, just what X said, please. Um, On his face was no expression but the one painted in black. His arms, yeah, they are very strong people. and were tattooed with snakes that curled their fangs when he tightened his muscles. How could he let how could he go half bare in this weather, she thought, and then remembered that she wore his rabbit lined coat. Oh, so he wasn't like shirtless and made the trudge fit. He had his a coat, but he gave it to her. Daniel, sitting happily on her hip, reached out from under the rabbit fur and patted the snake. The Indian tensed his upper arm to make the snake slither. Daniel giggled. So the Indian did it again, and it seemed to Mercy that he actually smiled at Daniel. Then, blessedly, he took Mara for her. One child she could manage. One child was nothing. Now she would not fall behind. Help me get Daniel on my back, Ruth. Ruth removed the Indian's cape and lifted Daniel. He dug his heels into her waist, got comfortable, and began to suck his thumb once more. Ruth tucked the cape in and around them both, tying the hood. Invisible and toasty under the cape, Daniel gnawed on his bread. Little crumbs fell down Mercy's back. She was able to walk as fast as Eben now. They were still last in line, but not in danger. Up ahead, several children were being carried by Indians. Little Eunice Williams, the minister's youngest daughter, was actually riding on an Indian's shoulders, enjoying this strange parade because she had a comfortable seat and a fine view. Mercy's spirits actually rose. The distant hills looked like piled quilts. Her favorite psalm came back to her in all its beauty and truth. I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. Faith passed through Mercy like a drink of something sweet and warm. A moment later, her Indian came up from behind, passing her, and headed towards the front. He didn't have Mara. That sucks, huh? He didn't have her. He must have killed her. That stinks. No. It was an hour before the Indians paused again, and then they stopped so abruptly that prisoners were tripping over each other. I know, right, XX? That's freaking sad. That's sad. All right, they stopped so abruptly that the prisoners tripped over each other. It frightened Eben. What was going to happen? What dread plan might the Indians have for their white prisoners now? No Indian lifted a weapon. They stood motionless, looking west. Eben watched for several moments before he was able to pick out distant figures coming towards them. Excuse me, I just burped. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. It was not rescue. If those were English, the Indians would long ago have surrounded and attacked them. Slowly, the shapes turned into men carrying burdens, men bent double under the weight, yet not staggering as Eben had. They looked as if they had killed and were carrying entire cows. Oh my God, carrying cows? They were very close before Eben realized he was seeing warriors carrying their wounded. Ah, okay. Each hurt man was rolled up in a package, swaddled like a baby in blankets, and strapped to the warrior's back. These men were carrying by their foreheads and on their spines a weight equal to their own. Eben was awestruck. Dropping his own pack on the snow, Eben's Indian knelt beside one of the wounded men, unwrapping bandages to examine the wound. His profile against the snow was as beautiful as an eagle or a hawk is beautiful. Wow, that's pretty cool, huh? Um, oh, so they wouldn't even leave their people behind if if they had gotten wounded. That's pretty interesting. Blessed rest. Mercy flopped onto the snow. Daniel danced around, just a 3-year-old, enjoying the pretty day. Mercy closed her eyes, so she could not see his happiness. She knew Mara was in the hands of the Lord. It's my fault. I didn't keep her quiet, thought Mercy. And she wept into the snow. And then, because she had so little sleep and so much horror, because she had walked so far and carried so much, Mercy fell asleep. Even in sleep, she felt the extraordinary cold. The sleep was intense and short, and she woke to the odd sensation of someone unlacing her shoes. I fell asleep with my shoes on, thought Lucy. Mother has taken them off for me. Mother is going to tuck me in and say my prayers for me. Sam and Benny and John and Tommy love stories about Mother, and Mercy loves to tell them. Hi, Secular. I'm just reading a story about the Indians. Sorry. If that's not your gig, we're sorry. I've heard enough of e-bagging and stuff, Heard enough of all that. Oh, wait a minute. I don't know what you're talking about, Ben. Anyway, when she knew she was dying, Mother had pleaded with her children. Don't forget me, she had said, her eyes filled with tears. I will wait for you with the Lord, but don't forget me. I will never forget you, Mercy had promised, but soon the shape of her mother's smile and the scent of her mother's hair had disappeared from memory. Mostly, Mercy remembered Mother by the house. Mother had had plans. Glass windows were what she wanted most. A real table. Mother didn't get tired the way stepmother did. It was nothing for her to weave several yards of cloth in one day and also kill 2 chickens, make a stew for 10, bake bread, help a sick neighbor, write Bible verses with the boys, and show Mercy how to knit the heel of a stocking. Mother could accomplish anything. Read all those horrible things about you? What do you mean horrible things about you? Oh, oh, it's called The Ransom of Mercy Carter. The Ransom of Mercy Carter. And it was like in Deerfield, Mass. 1704, February 28th. So anyway, their mother had died when that little girl Mara was born, and then the father remarried, and that was the stepmother and the baby that got killed. The chill penetrated. It could not be Mother untying my shoelaces. Mother had not been alive for 3 years. Mercy woke up. Her Indian, killer of Mara, was taking off her shoes. No, no, she said, horrified. I have to have shoes, she explained, as if his English vocabulary went this far. I can't go barefoot. Let me keep my shoes. But he threw them out into the snow, where they skidded over the crusty surface and vanished beneath hemlock branches. On her feet he placed deerskin slippers lined with fur like the cloak. They tied at the ankle with tall flaps to keep her legs and dry and warm. She ran a finger over intricate embroidery. She remembered Mother stitching pretty things. The Indian pulled her to her feet, brushing the snow and ice from her neck and face, and put Daniel back in her arms. Daniel's feet had been bare, but now he too wore Indian slippers, just the right size for his little feet. You're sick. Take your shoes off, baby. Play with her feet. You're so sick. No, it's not a foot fetish story, you little creep. You're funny. The rock hard wetness of her, as soon as then it comes out with a phrase like that, of her leather shoes had frozen her toes and blistered her heels. But now her feet were cozy inside the soft moccasins. She felt guilty about the others still suffering. And then, astonished, she saw that all the prisoners were being given moccasins. Wow, that's crazy. She and Eben Nim stared at each other. They knew they would take this many prisoners, Eben, whispered Mercy. They have enough moccasins to go around. They have little pairs and big pairs. She thought of them back in Canada, around their fires, among their French allies, planning how many pairs of moccasins they would need when they sacked Deerfield. They mean us to live, thought Mercy. But why? What will they do with all of us? I know, right? That's so, wow. I don't think, half the time they really wanted to kill anybody. Like, if they were strong enough and didn't fight back like that, they wouldn't do what, we had done to them. Eben's moccasins were lined with thick black fur. His boots were abandoned at the edge of the trail. Eben thought of Deerfield men getting this far in pursuit and finding 100 pairs of shoes. It made him feel slightly better about the odds of survival. People who brought enough shoes would also have considered how to feed their prisoners. Only wizards have beards like that. If you saw, no worries. People just stand up. Okay. Um, okay, 300 miles. Oh, people who brought enough shoes would also have considered how to feed their prisoners. 300 miles with, he guessed, 100 prisoners, 200 Indians, and somewhere, not here, perhaps 200 friends. A stupefying number of people to feed. Eben tried to convince himself that the Indians had provisions waiting somewhere, but who could move enough food for hundreds of people all the way from Canada to Massachusetts? How could that food be stored in the wilderness? And if they planned to hunt down meat as they marched, they'd have to leave the prisoners to do it, and they'd have to find a lot of beer. He says, read. I am. Hmm. He studied his Indian, trying to find answers in that paint-smeared face. But his Indian now carried the full weight of his wounded friend or brother. One gesture, and it was clear that Indian would carry Indian, while Eben would carry Luke. Eben opened up the blankets to combine his pack with the Indian's. At the sight of his mother's dresses, Eben thought he would begin screaming, but he controlled himself. He tucked in little sister Molly's doll as gently as Molly every night. Sarah Hoyt, watching from several places up in the line, walked back to help, but Eben's Indian called, "No!" The syllable cut as sharply as a knife's edge. Puzzled, Sarah motioned that she carried very little and could take part of the load for Eben. No. One of the Kellogg boys, guessing that heavy loads were for men and not girls, also tried to take some of Eben's pack, but again the Indian snapped out, "No." "I'm just going to carry the heavy things," Joseph Kellogg explained. The brass kettle, the Indian's glare terrified him. Joseph stepped away, holding his hands up for peace. "Hi, Blobby." "I think Eben has to carry everything that belongs to his Indian," said Sarah softly. "We belong to somebody else. Stand up, Eben. Joseph and I will get the pack on your back." She and Joseph could hardly even lift the double pack, and as for the straps, they were just a jumble of leather. Eben felt Sarah trembling against him, trying to get it done right and quick. When another Indian strode up, they cringed, but he simply fastened the pack securely. Eben wasn't sure he could take one step, never mind get to Canada. I hope I'm not boring anybody here with this story, but I guess you guys, are bored, whatever. But I hope not. Are you guys bored? I think it's interesting myself, but it's just about the walk through the snow and what happened to them when they got there, Canada. True story. Joanna Kellogg, one of Joseph's sisters, was stumbling. For Joanna, the world was blurred. Her eyes didn't focus the way others did. Leaves on trees were green blots against the blue sky. Thank you, X. I appreciate it. She couldn't recognize people until they were within a dozen paces. When an Indian brave took Joanna's hand, she had not seen her mother die and did not know this was the killer. Now that's crazy. So she had bad eyes, but of course back then they probably didn't even have glasses. Who knows, right? She was only 10, but her pack was nearly as large as the one grown men carried. Joanna did not complain or call out. She just walked more and more slowly. Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you, Grace. And anybody else who's scared? Ruth Catlin lost her temper. She flung the pack she had been given into the snow. She grabbed Joanna by the shoulders and ripped off Joanna's pack, flinging that into the snow too. She hurled an iron frying pan across the snow, and then a whole leg of lamb. Indian and captives alike were mesmerized. "You savages!" Ruth screamed. "Don't you even think about hurting Joanna. She's too little. You are vicious and mean, and I hate you." She dragged Joanna forward as if the two of them meant to reach Canada first. "Go ahead and kill me," she yelled, holding out her hair to be scalped. "I dare you." She made a fist around her own hair, yanked it tight, and waved the bristles in the Indian faces. Nobody tomahawked Ruth. She stomped past Indian after Indian, calling them names. Ruth stormed right up to the front of the line where the lead Indians were trampling out the path. She could go no farther. Yeah, I knew you were drinking. I knew it then. Well, you'll have to listen in the car then. All right. The Indians politely stepped back and gestured north, making it clear that Ruth was welcome to lead the way. Ruth kicked wildly at one of the braves, but he stepped back and Ruth's burst of energy vanished. Just for me? It's your mission? Okay. All right. I don't know if that's scary or good. Anyway, but she wanted to lie down on her own soft bed, bury her face in her pillow, and cry for the family that had died around her. Even more, she wanted to kill an Indian, or 10 of them, but she had no weapon, and as for softness, even the snow was not soft yet. Well, at least she would not give those Indians the satisfaction of seeing her cry. Glaring, dragging poor Joanna, she marched on. In a dark and twisted grove of spruce, a place Edmund would have avoided in summer at high noon, the Indian stopped for the night. If he had ever seen a place where an evil spirit would dwell, this was it. He knelt to release the pack. His forehead was rubbed raw, and beneath his coat he was blistered from hours of friction and weight. The stab wound in his chest seemed to have deepened and widened. No food was given out. There was no shelter. The Indians did not even start a fire. We have to have fire, thought Eben. We have to dry our blankets and warm our feet. We're not drama freaks. This is freaking reading. Go back over here. Yeah. They stole whole hams. Surely they'll let us have hot food. Could the Indians be worried that wood smoke would reveal where they were? No, because 300 people left a considerable trail, and that same trail was littered with bodies and shoes. Even an Englishman who had never been in the woods in his life could stroll after them by starlight. Evan decided the Indians were neglecting to make a fire just to be mean. He watched them cut spruce boughs for a bed, and the scent of spruce surprised him. It was sweet and friendly in the dusk. Slowly, unthreateningly, Sarah Hoyt got to her feet. She dusted off her skirts and removed the bag she had tied to her waistband. She circled from child to child, giving each a bite of cornbread or dried apple. She must have grabbed the bag before she was thrown out of her house. The Indians did not interfere. Sarah Hoyt dropped down between Eben and Mercy. She gave a scrap to little Daniel and a crust to Mercy. 2 circles of dried apple were left for Eben. He wolfed them down before he thought to wonder if Sarah herself had eaten any. You were wonderful, Evan, she said quietly. I was proud of you carrying so much and not giving up, and being sure that Mercy had bread for Daniel. He had not been wonderful, but he did not explain. What was the point? Sarah had dead of her own. No, he's not funny when he's drinking. My father's up front, Sarah said. You know how they've tied men for the night? They're staked on the ground like skins being cured. I think the temperature's below zero again. I think they'll freeze. Eben was hurt, but he was not treated like a man. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You see what he wrote? XX. With dusk, the snow turned blue and black. The heavy spruce boughs held as much snow as the loft of the barn. In this dark hollow, nothing had melted. We will freeze to death, thought Mercy. Why go to the trouble of carrying 100 pairs of moccasins when they won't make a fire? Her Indian knelt and, with his bare hands, scooped out a hole in the snowbank. She expected him to store his plunder in the cavity. He had to make a lot of hand motions before she understood that this was her shelter for the night. Not a house, not a bed, nor even a stable. A hole in the snow. Mercy wanted to raise her head to the skies and howl like a dog. Oh no. But she wanted to survive. There must be no more bodies along this terrible trail. First, may I look for my brothers? She held up 4 fingers. No, said the Indian. and motioned into the cave, tucking Daniel in after her. She holds up 4 fingers and XX. She holds up 4 fingers and XX holds up one. Mercy would have felt better if she could have. Hey, Tommy, how you doing? I'm just reading a book about the Deerfield Indian raid. It's like a true story of them making the march to Canada and all that stuff. So it's just like a little thing we do sometimes. We read. We get into it sometimes. Mm. Man. From her hole, she watched the others settle in for the night. Right now, they're just like they are probably not too far from their city, their town that was their settlement, I should say. It was in Deerfield, and the Indians, went through the stockade. And if somebody's crying and can't make it on the walk, they kill them and everything. But other than that, like some of them have been kind of nice to her. Hmm. You've been crying from the story. Aw. uh, Eben Indian collected the older boys. Eben, the oldest Kellogg boy, the 2 Sheldon boys, and Joe Alexander, who was in his 20s but looked very young. They were pinioned to the ground a dozen yards from where Mercy was killed. So he did end it. Yeah. For Eben, however, his Indian made a cradle of spruce boughs. He wrapped a leather rope around Eben's wrist and linked the cord to his own. If Eben moved, his captor would know. The rest were made to lie on open snow. There was nothing between them and the weather, no walls, no roof, no parents. Daniel slept. Mercy needed to pray before she slept, but her weary mind could not locate a prayer. The sounds of the night settled into the rhythms of breathing, people too exhausted to care where they lay. I'm surprised that they didn't freeze though, You would think people would freeze. Well, I'm sure maybe they will, on the whatever, maybe in the morning. Yeah, that's what they were tying the men of the village down with, pinioned to the ground. And they had the other college, I don't know, but uh, Mercy. Okay. The sounds of the night, though. Mercy waited for the stars to count them. The fourth was too deep. Okay. So Mercy awoke sometime in the night to a whispery shuffle. No doubt an Indian guard prowling. How careful were his steps? How slow? If only it would snow, she and Daniel would be hidden in their tiny cave, forgotten while the Indians marched on, and after a while she could dig them out and they'd run all the way home. But was there a home now? Mercy caught the edges of her mind like a hem with a needle. Anyway, she could not let her brothers go to Canada alone, so even if she got the chance to escape, she couldn't take it. It occurred to Mercy that a guard would not tiptoe. Her heart soared. One of the prisoners was escaping. A load of snow tumbled off a bough, and when the limb lifted, a shaft of moonlight fell on Joe Alexander, who had been tied down next to Evans. He was creeping out of the camp. Mercy prayed Joe out of sight and across the frozen ravine, prayed him back up and over every hill, prayed him safely to Deerfield, and then, thought Mercy, the Indians will kill somebody in revenge. Eben probably. He was the closest. They'll know that he knew. I'm here to help survive a girl every bit the thick of the shit. What shit? What's going on, Abe? Don't let, him get to you. Oh my god, a leather rope. I didn't know that he was being yeah, don't let him get to you, Eve. I didn't know he was being freshy. Yeah, we're just listening to a story, Eve. So, if he's drinking, so just ignore for now. You know what I mean? He's an angry drinker. Not Tommy. I'm not tapping Tommy. Somebody was tapping Mercy in the rib. It couldn't be Tommy who pounced or Sam who jabbed. But the tapping would not stop, and Mercy woke to see a deerskin legging with a painted running deer. Up, said her Indian. The paint had partly peeled off his face, giving him a patchy smeared look. She remembered the day before, the marching, the carrying, the slipping, the snow. She thrust the memory away, holding it close. She would not think about the attack. The Indian stooped to take her hand and pull her to her feet, giving a slight grunt as he did. For the first time she saw that he too had been hurt, and that the paint on his side was his own dried blood. And Mercy knew then that she had experienced war, and that it was true about Mara. She did not take his hand, knowing what he had done. Rolling Daniel ahead of her, she was out of the snow hole and on her feet in a moment. Hey, Jose. He's going to eat some shrimp cocktail. Are you guys still with me in the story? Do you like it? Is it okay? Do you like the story? Trying to you know. I hope I'm not boring you guys. All right, so there was some sort of an assembly going on. The prisoners were stumbling towards Mr. Williams, who stood alone, his hands raised to the sky. Yes, we do. Hi, Blobby. Mm. All right, so how extraordinary, thought Mercy. They're going to let us pray. She was glad because a day without morning prayer was untypical, but it didn't seem like something the Indians would permit. French Indians were Catholic, though converted by priests from France itself. Ah, the warriors had gathered in clumps. Yesterday had been complete victory for the Indians, and yet there was no rejoicing among them. Her captor's eyes were on a bundle in the snow. She had seen enough death in her life to know it. One of the Indians wounded had not survived the night. The posture of her Indian was human. It was brief. Mercy, I'm hungry, said Daniel. And she said, hush, we'll eat later. Hmm. Mercy was hungry too. The hunger wasn't yet pain, because Mr. Williams often called for a fast, and Mercy was used to going 24 hours without food. No matter what woe was visited upon Deerfield, shaking fever, crop failure, the snatching of Zeb and John, fasting made Mercy feel safe again. Okay, Jose. We're just reading about the Indians. We are, so you guys are like reading with me, but kind of, right? Um, all right. If 300 people ate nothing for a day and a night, surely the Lord would be impressed and might relent. Maybe the people would get well. She and Daniel took a moment to squat behind trees. They cleaned themselves with snow, and when she washed his face with a handful of icy white powder, Daniel giggled. He wanted to wash Mercy's face too, and she let him. By the time they reached the rest of the prisoners, Mr. William had begun speaking. He had a great, deep, no, nobody's going to flash. He had a great, deep voice that sounded just right when he read the prophets in the Bible. If the Lord is not with Mr. Williams, thought Mercy, the Lord is not with any of us. She could not see her stepmother, the baby, or Tommy, but no doubt they, like Mercy, had been separated. As soon as prayers were over, she would find them. At some point during the night or early this morning, the French soldiers had joined them. There were far more soldiers than she had realized, 100 French, at least 200 Indians, with another 100 or so English prisoners. Mercy was among more people than she had ever seen gathered in one place. They were standing in distinct groups, divided by expanses of gleaming snow, the still bright French and the heavily armed Indians and the shivering English. The Indian next to Mr. Williams interrupted him roughly. We kill, you tell. Oh, okay, Jose. Oh, tell your housemate I said hello. All right, Tommy. Have a good day. Okay, Jose. So they did know that. Well, I'm not going to tell you because read it to you. Mr. Williams ceased to pray. Joe Alexander escaped last night, he said. If anyone else tries to escape, they will burn the rest of us alive. Bye, Tommy. What are you talking about, Jose? These crazy guys tonight, right? So funny. Burn alive. Burn innocent women and children because one young man flew from their grasp. Her Indians stood some distance away amid the other warriors. Oh, yes, I was talking to Ace. Funny. Okay. He was now wearing a vivid blue cloth coat of European design. In one hand he held his French flintlock, and over his shoulder hung his bow and a full otter skin quiver. Actually, the entire dead otter, complete with face and feet. Oh, that's weird. His coat hung open to show a belt from his waist, from which hung his tomahawk and a scalping knife. His skin was not red after all, but the color of autumn, burnished chestnut. His shaved head gleamed. He looked completely and utterly savage. He might sorrow for a dead brother warrior, but grief would make him more likely to burn a captive, not less likely. Mercy imagined kindling around her feet and a stake in her back, her flesh charring like the sight of beef. Beside her, Evan seemed almost to faint. Mercy had the odd thought that she, an 11-year-old girl, oh my God, she's only 11? I didn't know she was only 11. She sounded so mature. I thought she was like 15 or something. That she, an 11-year-old girl, might be stronger than he, a 17-year-old boy. The English were silent, entirely able to believe they might be burned. The first person to move was Mercy's Indian. Sharply raising one hand, bringing the eyes of all upon him, he pointed to Mercy Carter. She was frozen with horror. His finger beckoned. Hi, everyone. Hi, Kai Bear. I'm reading it. Hi, everyone. Hope you're all well and happy. And survived with girl. He was here for alive, just sending his face. Thank you. I appreciate that. Kai Bear, I'm just reading the true account of like an Indian story, but I'm reading the chat too as well. So, all right, so he's pointing to Mercy Carter. His finger beckoned. There could be no mistake. The meaning was come. Oh my God, don't start again, Ben. Seriously. There was no speech and no movement from 100 captives and 300 enemies. It was the French Mercy hated at that moment. How could they stand by and let other whites be burned alive? She had no choice but to go to him. She set Daniel down. Perhaps they would spare Daniel. Perhaps only she was to be burned. She forced herself to keep her chin up, her eyes steady, and her steps even. How could she be afraid of going where her 5-year-old brother had gone first? She did not want to die. Her footsteps crunched on the snow. Nobody spoke. Nobody moved. The Indian handed Mercy a slab of cornmeal bread and then beckoned to Daniel, who cried, "Oh, good, I'm so hungry." Mr. Rourke? Oh, my. What? Say what? Dun, 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 dun. It's a celebration, bitches. Right? Rourke's finally back. Were you okay? What happened? Were you kidnapped? Were you chained to a bed, getting tattooed? Be honest. So anyway, the Indian was being nice and feeding them, so that's nice of the Indian, right? Very nice. Oh, your power was out all this time? Did you know that, XX, that there was a power outage in Michigan? With me? That's what I like to hear. That's like one of my favorite statements. I'm dead. Isn't it? That's like a sexy statement right there. I'm not even done with the story. Ace is dying for it to be over, but it's not done. But I'll stop if you want now. He fed them. He was nice. We'll read it another time. We'll finish it up. Well, it won't probably be finished up, but we are like a good ways into it. So we are a good ways into it. So it's like each day they're doing, have the whole walk. Now, if you were in bed with somebody and they said, I'm not done with you yet, wouldn't that be hot? Wouldn't that? Oh, all right. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. All right, I won't. I will not. So he gave them cornbread and Cameron and Kat were finished. So Murphy said we'd eat later. Daniel confided in the Indian. The English trembled in their relief, and the French laughed. The Indian knelt beside Daniel, tossing aside Tommy's jacket and dressing Daniel in warm, clean clothing from another child. Check back later for reading with Rita. He's so funny. I think you got everyone. Jose was here. Ben, I don't know if he's still here. Oh my God. Will you just stop, Ben? You have to stop. I hate that when you're drinking and you come in here and you bitch at everybody and you know we're your friends. Oh, you're making me burp from it. That's funny. All right, so nobody in Deerfield owned many clothes. And if she permitted herself to think about it, Mercy would know whose trousers and shirts, shorts, whatever. But she did not want to think about what dead child did not need clothes. So she said to the Indian, Who are you? What's your name? Jose is the best. At least Ben still loves Jose, right? Jose is nice. He is very nice. I know that's your new bestie. You had 2 candles to light. Did you drip wax on yourself and say, "Survivor girl, I miss her"? He understood. Putting the palm of his hand against his chest, he said, now I can't even pronounce it. Tanha Horan. I don't know what that means. Drama One Team Hall. I don't know what you're talking about. Drama One Team. I don't know what that means. She could barely separate the syllables. It sounded more like a duck quacking than a real word. Tanha Horan, he said again, and she repeated it after him. She smiled carefully at the man she had thought was going to burn her alive as an example, and said, I'll be right back, Tanha Horan. She took a few steps away, and when he did nothing, she ran to her family. Her uncle swept her into his arms. How wonderful his scratchy beard felt, how strong and comforting his hug. Too hot for contacting? I don't know what that means. Too hot for contacting. I don't know what you mean. I've been so sweet. You want to give me a treat? um, my brave girl, he whispered, kissing her hair. Mercy, they won't let me help you. In a voice as childish and puzzled as Daniel's, he added, they won't let me help your Aunt Mary, or Will and little Mary either. I tried to help your brothers and got whipped for it. He stammered. Uncle Nathaniel, she said, if I had done better, Tommy and Mara, hush, said her uncle. The Lord set a task before you, and you obeyed. Daniel is your task. Say your prayers as you march. In a tight little pack behind Uncle Nathaniel stood her 3 living brothers. How small and cold they looked. Really? Hmm. Nobody's talking shit. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm reading a book. Jeez, Ben. Yep, we were. We're gonna go on about doing Jerry. Jerry who? Jerry. About doing Jerry? I don't know what that means. You mean Gerald? Like from Maddie and Gerald? Oof, I don't want to. He killed a kitten. He killed a kitten. That makes me not like him much. Just saying. Alright, yeah. So anyway, so her 3 brothers were alive. One of them wasn't, and her little sister Mara got killed. The baby got killed. Her stepmother got killed. And freaking back to the end of the line. The pace was hard. They were heading northeast with the goal, she assumed, of reaching the Connecticut River. Oh, I did a video about the Connecticut River. By the way, a lot of people go boating in it and stuff, you know? Pretty nice. All right. Anyhow, uh, the pace was hard. They were heading, okay, the Connecticut River. It would be frozen solid and actual roads through the wilderness. But first they had to get there. It was one thing to follow a well-worn cowpath over a hill stripped of its trees. It was another thing entirely to cut through the forest. Beneath the snow, like snares for rabbits or pits for deer, were the crevices and jags of the earth. The men who had refused to exchange their boots for Indian moccasins had to stop and wring the blood out of their stockings. As the day wore on, and Daniel fell, and Mercy fell, and Ruth fell, and Jemima fell, and Eben fell, as each time they were slower to get up and saw yet another mountain ahead and understood that they were not going around it, they were going over it. Mercy did not know how long they could continue. She was often overtaken by Indians coming up from the rear, except for her Indian. Mercy could not yet tell one from the other. Were these the same 2 or 3 circling and checking, or Indians just now coming from the battle site, or more likely, returning from hunting the escaped prisoner? I wonder if that guy got away. I'm gonna rewatch my video about that cemetery and just see, like the stones and stuff that I was looking at so I can relate them to these people. Mercy found herself checking scalps. Joe Alexander's hair was curly and brown, pulled into a tail, which itself curled and flopped. She found herself thinking, no, that one's too blonde, that one's too short. By nightfall, horrifying as this pastime might be, she knew that nobody had caught Joe. He had gotten home, such as it was. Mercy put one foot ahead of the other and refused to think of Deerfield. I know, right? That's the mean one, the one that drinks. I'm telling you, I remember when I was like talking to that guy that I met online, like in a chat room one time, and not like, not like a, dating chat thing or anything. It was, just like a chat room like this. And then we ended up talking for a wicked long time. And Um, like I don't think he drank then or anything. Maybe he, previously had an issue or something with drinking, but then he started drinking again. At first, I didn't know. I just couldn't like we talked for like a good 6 to 8 months on the phone every night, and then when he, started um drinking again, he was pretty mean. I was just like, oh, this isn't the same person that I've been talking to all these months. I couldn't deal with it. I was like, no, mm-mm. He was a mean person when he drank. All right, so second step, Sarah Hoyt had been given some moose jerky by her Indian, and she passed chunks to the other children, who chewed as they walked. It was as hard and dry as shingles on the roof. Ace, if you were like saying you were in the position of these people, right? And I know you're a vegan, but say you had to, like you were hungry and they were passing around moose jerky. Now, me, I don't eat moose, but I think I would probably be so hungry that I might partake. Do you think that if you were that starving that you would eat meat if they gave it to you, if you had to survive, Now, one thing I know I wouldn't eat is people. So you're all safe, by the way. I know Bobbles is on, yeah. Mhm. Is it a good show tonight, Kai? I mean, she always has a good show, but I guess I was just finishing this chapter and then, I don't know. It's up to you guys. I mean, we can stay here or go there or, I don't know. That's up to you guys. Some of you might be bouncing back and forth. You know, that's cool too. But is it good or is there any like, turmoil going on over there, Kai, or anything like that? Hmm. And that's honest. I swear I'd never eat. Oh, there is? There's like 85 people on? Wow. Wow, huh? 85. What was her like thumbnail? Was it Maddie and Gerald? Huh. And it's 12, so there's plenty to eat. I expect them here. That's a lot of people. 85. Wow. Nitty had 101 last night. See? That's the thing. Drama is what people like. I'm telling you. I'm not saying Bob's is a drama channel, but like her thumbnail is kind of like, uh, I'm not saying that when people get there, that's exactly what, but I mean, I just, as a person who was the subject of, thank you, Ace. Yeah, as a person who was a subject of people's drama, like, then I don't like to really partake in it because, to be honest with you, Maddie and Gerald's life and Sharon B's life, like I like Bobbles, do not get me wrong, like I really do like her. Um, but and her channel is like real funny, like the people in the room are funny. At what time? That's our night. Yeah, at that time. Hmm. At what time? This time? Oh, I think you're talking about Nadine. I gotcha. Um, yeah, to me, like whether they go to rehab or whether they get up there and ask for money, whatever they do, it's, yeah. Okay, Jose, we're here. But it's not like my concern enough to get up and bash somebody for it. Yeah, I don't like, Sharon's bloating. Oh, he's not there this week? Oh, I wonder why. Is he sick or something, Ty Bear? I keep thinking like that Maddie would, you know, not not be there. Like it just seems like they got all the people who ended up with a channel because of Tom. Those people. Seems like they aw, thank you. Thank you. Um, I feel like they got worse for the wear after Tom came in their life, to be honest with you. If you think about it, like Maddie, um, and I'm not saying because of Tom, but I'm just saying, I guess because of the whole ability then to start a channel and then, to start having these things. And it seems like instead of using that platform to get better, they're using it to just get worse. That's why even when somebody's saying, oh, don't send them to this, send them to this channel, because they buy them food. But I said, that's like, okay, so that's less they have to spend on food and more to spend on that. But I'm not against it. People could do whatever they want to do. That's the bottom line. Like, but I'd just rather stay here in this room than listen to that. Also there's that mod on there, RR, our initials. And I just, it's like every other, yeah, I would like to interview Maddie. I should ask her if she'd do an interview with me. You know that? I should. I should ask them both if they'll do an interview. Not Gerald. Because he doesn't answer right. Unless he wanted to answer right, then. But I mean, I saw when they were doing the interview. But welcome back, Vlad. Love. Aw, thank you. Pork, you're out of jail. Oh, over there. I'm gonna ask Maddie to do it. She doesn't even have to come on the screen. She just be as an avatar, whatever. You know, I should freaking reach out to her because that. Yeah, like I knew that wasn't Sharon B in there the last time. That remember? Hey, Miss Passion, how you doing? Hmm, how are ya? I can drop the link, and if people want to come up in the room, I can continue this. Oh, I shouldn't fold the library book page. It, put it a little bit. Oh, her Miss Fashion, I heard you were going to be people living in each other's heads. Yeah, I know, right? But I wouldn't mind doing an interview with her, just finding out like her life and stuff, like giving the other side. But yeah, I just then the other person who's a mod was just so overbearing over there that I couldn't take it. And then when she was like, Miss Bobbles, that you were gonna do a like co-host for Jersey with Jules. That's what I heard. I'm gonna drop the link. Mm. What'd she say? She's gotta go. Who said that? Wait a minute. I gotta remember that evening. What evening? Oh, it's evening here, you mean? Okay. All right. Okay. Not go. She said she gotta remember. Maybe. 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 Tell me if you guys see it. Maybe it's post. This, oh, feeling a little ill. I don't know why. Oh, right. That's what I mean. No, I heard that Debbie and them two were done fighting. That's what I heard. She did not. Oh, stop it, Rourke. Shit, sir. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I'm talking about, person. Did it post? Did the link post, you guys? I agree, Vlad. Miss Passion.
What's
Hello?
up?
Thank God. When you didn't say anything, I thought, oh my God, please let it be her.
I was actually taking my glasses off right now. I don't need them on.
Oh, I know, right? It's like crazy when I'm like looking at the writing. I have to put my cheaters on. Like,
Well,
can't
see,
see
I
it.
need mine for far away. Like if I got them on, like right now, I'm holding my phone. They get basically don't help me any. Mine are like for way across the room, like trying to read stuff on the TV. Look for
Oh, so
channels and
you can
stuff.
see close up, but not far away.
Right? Yeah. I don't, if I try to have them on close up, they be getting on my nerves.
Right, right. So how's things going, Miss Passion?
I'm enjoying my break from the drama. Oh my God, man. I've had so much peace since I've, private my channel. The only issues that me and Byron have right now is that stalker of his, that girl named
Oh,
Stacy
yeah,
the Sparkling Star.
yeah.
She's still, she's still coming at us through TikTok and on his channels and stuff on YouTube, but it's mostly peaceful because he hasn't been live streaming and stuff like that, and she just will not freaking stop.
I put
What do
that
you
up so
mean
you
I'm
can
a
see what
clone? I'm
Mr.
not a
Rourke said.
clone.
You see, I know. Of course, you're not a clone. You're talking. He put it when you were already talking. He knows.
You silly.
Yeah,
It's a
he
good thing you're
knows because you're
pinning it
modded
because
too. He's just playing. He goes, I'm just playing.
I'm gonna beat him up for real.
I love that video that you did with the little punching. Mama says knock you out. I like that one. Yeah,
What
I
do you
saw
guys
that.
think I should
Your,
do? Should I
huh?
unprivate my channel and just should I unprivate my channel and just have videos like you're talking about, like funny stuff up,
Well,
or
your funny
what
stuff really
should I
killed
do?
it. And I think when you were started to, I think with the drama stuff, you got more subs, but I think now that you're like the subs are up there and everything, you could go back to being the Miss Passion that's funny and just forget all about, you know. I know. Why do
Yeah,
people keep saying that there was a clone of XX? There was no clone of XX here. I don't think. You know? Yeah.
I got shouldered. What?
Yeah, you're gonna get shouldered. She gets shouldered. Keep
That's okay. You're
twerking, he
gonna get
said.
KO'd.
Keep twerking.
Keep playing work.
And
I'm trying to
then
spell
Vlad
your
said you
channel
shouldn't have
name
to.
so I can.
Can you see the chat, or is it good when I put it up on the panel so you can see it?
It's good that you're doing it, but I'm trying to spell your name on my other phone right now so I can just have it on my other phone too. Don't
Right,
you get
right.
tired of pinning every comment?
Pinning it? Nah, I just kind of
You
read
get tired of
through.
it?
Yeah. Because a
I
lot
can't
of
even.
people can't see the chat, when they get up here.
Right.
Right.
That's what
Vlad thinks
sucks
you
about
shouldn't have to
me.
hide shit. Keep doing you. Uh,
Yeah.
yeah, never here. And Debbie said whoever it was posted to a video but deleted it. So who knows? Yeah, of course. Who knows? Yeah, that's exactly right. How is Byron? How are you guys doing?
Oh, we're good. He's in the I think he's making some Dr. Pepper right now or something. When he comes in here, I'll ask him if he wants to give a shout out. Hey, Boo, you want to give a shout out to Survivor Girl in the chat? I'm on the panel.
You can come up
I don't know
too
if
if
you
you
can
want.
hear me or not. If you want to, I'm on her panel right now. I'm trying to find the chat on my other phone, but I can't.
I bet if somebody
Yeah,
dropped
I
my
think you can
link
link
into
down.
the room, then you could just go
Here
by
he is
that.
right here if you want to say hi.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, Byron, how are you?
I'm doing pretty good.
You
How are
getting
you?
some Dr. Pepper?
Yeah.
What'd you guys eat tonight? Anything good?
Haven't really ate really nothing, so I'm going to fix me something to eat in a little bit.
Is Byron a good cook, Miss Passion?
Yes, he is a good cook.
Is
Yeah,
he?
you
What does he
know,
cook?
I'm a good cook,
Yeah.
Survivor Girl, from my videos.
I know, but well, of course you're going to say you're a good cook. I got to know what Miss Passion thinks, you know? I got to get like a biased opinion, right? But then again, she is
It's
your
gonna
girlfriend, so
wrestle
that's
right
not.
now.
What is his best dish to make that you've had so far, Miss Passion?
Well, let me think. He does really good at everything he cooks. Now the pork chops that he cooked, they look really good, but I just didn't get around to eating any of them because we ended
Really?
up having so much freaking food here that I had to start throwing some out. What, boo?
Oh, was you guys
But yeah,
talking?
the spaghetti he does pretty good.
She does a bowl of raw noodles. Raw noodles. Like crunch, 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 crunch. Does he cook like collard greens and stuff? I love collard greens.
Not yet, but he's got a can of spinach. I think he's already forgot about having, but not yet. I mean, we don't really like. We're like totally opposite when it comes to eating. When he's hungry, I'm not. When I am, he's not. And we started figuring that out. So we hardly ever eat at the same time anymore. Like at first, when he first got here, we did and everything. But like today, I made stuff in the crock pot. Those little smokies. You take them
What are
little smokies
smokies?
and you put, huh?
What are they? Smokies.
They're like little. I'm trying to think what to describe them as or compare them to, but they're called little smokies. They look like tiny little hot dogs, but they got like skin on them, kind of like Polish sausage. They're kind of like
Okay.
Polish sausage, and they're called little smokies. And if you put them, they're fully cooked, but if you put them in the crock pot and put barbecue sauce on them, and you can throw garlic in and whatever you want. And I went ahead and just threw some beans in it, some pinto
Mm.
beans. And
Mm-hmm.
I've got a video up today from everything I made. It's on the Byron and Miss Passion channel. Almost forgot my name. I couldn't pronounce my own name just now. You hear me, Miss Passion? My mouth
I
didn't
do
want to
that
open. My
too.
mouth didn't want to move. Let's see.
Do you make
What's your
beans and
last?
franks? Have you ever had beans and franks, like Boston baked beans or something?
Yeah. You talking about the candy?
No, no, the candy. I forgot about
When you said
those.
Boston baked beans, I was thinking about. Oh,
The
yeah, I
candy, I
love
remember
making.
that. The red box with it looked like a brick pattern on it. I do remember that. No, I mean like baked beans with
Shoot, I
bacon,
love
like
bacon.
yeah,
Yeah.
well, yeah, and the little hot dogs like cut up in there and stuff.
Oh yeah, like beanie weenies. I know what you're talking about.
Beanie weenies, which is funny.
In a can.
Yeah. Oh, that's what the
No,
phrase was.
when as soon
That's
as you
my
asked me that,
tripping.
somebody was doing burnouts in front of my house or something, and I'm like, I got my door open right now trying to figure out what's going on. It's popping.
Respect tripping. She said. She said.
It's popping,
Oh,
and
here's
this
a
said,
Blavi. Have you met a Blavi,
"Have
Miss
I met a
Passion?
blobby? What's a blobby?"
A Blavi from Bobbles channel. She's in the room right now. Say hello, Miss
Hi.
Passion.
Oh,
Oh, what's
Miss,
up? Oh, I saw her on a panel one night. Show enough. What's up, girl?
nothing much. Your accent. Where are you from?
Tennessee and
Okay, I
Kentucky.
like it. Whew.
Thank
Don't
you.
mind me. I just heard you guys talking about food, and I'm like starving right now, but I refuse to cook.
Oh,
Now, I heard you're a good cook too, Bobby.
I feel like I used to be a better cook. I got in lazy all of a sudden, but my latest meal I'm trying to make is ratatouille. It seems so simple, but for whatever reason, it doesn't taste as well as it could.
What is it?
Oh, it's basically like eggplant, yellow squash, tomatoes, and it's chopped very thinly, and then it has like butter and parsley on top of it with
Really?
tomato sauce. Yeah, so it's like a vegetable casserole.
Oh my gosh. Because I didn't know that's what it
yeah.
was. But I remember seeing that movie, Ratatouille.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember the little mouse or something.
Yeah, that was the most disgusting movie. Like, why would I want to sit there and have a meal from a rat? That was disgusting.
Oh, yeah, it was a rat, which is even worse than a mouse, right? Miss Passion, do you cook?
Yeah. Yeah. I was making spaghetti so freaking much. I actually got burnt out on it. But yeah, I mean, I was just telling Byron earlier, I'm kind of craving a pot roast,
Mm.
I like doing them in the crock pot, not gonna lie. I like doing it the easy way, but I have done it in the oven before. But the only thing about it is it's better to boil it first. But yeah,
Is it more tender
I
then?
mean, I like to cook.
I bought like a roast. I think they said it was like a rib roast or something, which I don't even know how to cook. But I bought it because they were like having a sale. But I think it's like supposed to be. Is that prime rib or is it? Like a cut of meat, like beef.
I'm not sure. You mean you're like Cardi B? You don't cook, you don't clean.
Oh my god, I am. I guess. Now that you say that, but I do drive
I'm
at
joking.
least. Yeah. If do you ever see that commercial of hers all the time? Yeah. Do you watch the show?
What show?
That Cardi B show. Isn't there like a Cardi B
Cardi
show?
B got a show? Where have I been?
Yeah, doesn't she,
Well,
Bobby? Have you seen the ads on YouTube?
No, yeah, she has something like a what is she dancing or something? I haven't seen it. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
like
well,
with
yeah, because I always skip it too. Like I skip the ads, so I get about as far as that too. Like they say, Cardi B, have you ever took ballet? Do you know ballet? And she says, I used to be a stripper. And then they go, Cardi B, you have to use the brakes to stop. And she's like, the brakes? Like she, doesn't drive, doesn't doesn't like kids or something. Not like kids, but has never babysat or something. And like Miss Passion said, but I thought there was a show she was watching to see it. Yeah, that's what she says. I used to be a stripper when they
she
said, have
did
you
used
ever?
to be a stripper. She wasn't a
Yeah,
very good stripper, but she was very funny.
she seems funny. She does seem funny.
Yeah, she wasn't the
Yeah.
best
you
stripper,
know,
but she was funny.
Cardi
I
B is the reason why me and Byron met, right? You know that, right?
No, how'd you meet?
Yeah, the way me and Byron met on YouTube wasn't from his channel or mine. It was from one of them short clippings, and it was about Cardi B and Offset cheating on her or whatever. And I had commented way back last summer or whatever. It was like September or whatever. I commented on it on YouTube, and Byron ended up seeing my comment, and he saw my name and everything. He's like, Miss Passion. Well, I'm going to check her channel out. So he checked me out and everything. That's how we actually met was, and I've told him earlier, I'd like to be able to find that same video or that same short clip or whatever and go back and find it somehow and see how we actually met. And that'd be awesome to save it and everything.
That would be nice.
I don't even know
So
how I
you
can
didn't
find it,
meet
but
in
it
the
was like
community
last
then?
summer.
Oh,
You're so old. So like, is it like, are you like now because like you met with Cardi B, you have to be like the freak of freaks because like she can do like all these nasty things. Do you have to be like, let's put on Cardi B to reminisce?
Well, not really.
They're
I
playing
mean,
WAP while they're doing it.
we probably owe her more credit than what we give her, but not really. I mean, we just bring it up every now and then, and we think to ourselves, "Oh yeah, that's how we met." Oh yeah, because it just seems so natural now and normal to us, and then we'll just have to realize it'll down on us like, yeah, that's how we met.
I think it's nice that you guys met on YouTube and took a leap of faith like that, And last night, as a matter of fact, I think it might have been Jose even, or somebody was saying, well, this is YouTube. You're not gonna, can't meet somebody on YouTube and whatever. But then, now at the time, I didn't think of, you and Byron, but I did say that I had seen people that have met on YouTube. Have you ever met somebody on YouTube, Ablavi?
Yeah.
To date wise, like, did you physically meet him, or just it never went that far?
I've met more friends, but yeah, I've gone on a date with somebody on YouTube.
Well, tell us about it.
I mean, it wasn't like a big thing. Like, he turned out to be super annoying. Like, I don't know what it was. Like, we had the greatest time texting and talking, but in real life, I guess we just did too much virtual. It wasn't very interesting.
Do you think maybe when you met him in real, now, had you seen pictures of him before the date?
Yeah.
So do you think when you met him that you weren't attracted to him? So it made him be more annoying than he, like you wouldn't have noticed it as much had you felt a spark?
I think that I saw a version of him I liked, and he was very not deceitful. He was very conniving in nature, and I think in real life it came out a lot more than he thought it did.
So so it wasn't like a personality trait, but it was more like maybe he lied about, maybe he said, like, just as an example, maybe he said he had a job, but really he didn't have a job or something like that, like maybe he made himself, sound better on paper.
He said that he had no offspring and he had offspring. And I don't like that. Like, I tell men all the time, I'm not interested in being a stepmother. And he had young, 18 months. What am I going to do with a man with an 18-month-old? Right. Don't you still wear diapers at that age? No.
So you never want to have kids, or you do want to have kids, but you want them to be your kids?
I'm not opposed to you having children. I just need them to go to the bathroom by themselves and know how to act in public.
Plus, it would help that they tell you up front.
Yeah. Like, he didn't tell me, and so he was, and no, Vlad, I don't know if he had a small one because I didn't see it. We went to dinner.
I saw that comment.
I know. I didn't want to put it on the screen. I was like, I don't want to put that up there.
I wasn't going to say anything.
Vlad's mission in life is like just to like hit that good nerve. But no, he just wasn't. We just weren't each other's type, and he moved on. I still have him on my phone.
Right.
Yeah, I have him on my phone as do not respond.
No, that's what it says. Do not respond.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's so funny. Have you ever been like, like you've programmed somebody in and then they're helping you find your phone? Like you happen to be hanging with them one day and then you lose your phone and they're helping you find it. So it's ringing with their number showing do not respond.
Yeah. I've had that happen to me. I've had it happen to me where I blocked somebody and they were calling me because I lost my phone, and they were like, I'm not getting through. And I was like, shit, I blocked you.
Yeah. I think I was dating somebody one time, but we had broken up at one point, like you have a fight, and I programmed her as a dickhead, and then fucking same thing is coming up, dickhead. Fucking, I'm like, oh my God, trying to hide it. Do not respond, right? I changed my picture, Rourke. Did you see Rourke's picture that he has of Bobby? Wait,
yeah, let me go back. He's back. He should come up because him and Vlad should come up because I'm feeling in a great mood to interrogate.
She means nicely. She means nice.
I saw how you interrogated that one man that night on Battling with Bobbles. Oh my God. You was making him feel some type of way.
Which one?
It was that night that her title was something about Oh heck, like talking dirty on the phone, like voice. What's it called? Uh,
Thing.
oh my
Oh,
God.
cam to cam.
You know, like when you talk dirty on the phone sex. Oh, why couldn't I
Okay.
think of that just now? Phone sex.
Who was
And there
that?
was
Was
this.
that Giro?
Oh
I
yeah,
can't
I
remember
always
the
hear
guy's
about that
name.
one. That you tore him apart. That's what I
It
heard.
was a white. It was a white man on there that night, and and he said he was in love with a lady from the Philippines or something,
Yeah, that's
and you
Oh,
were
Giro.
like drilling him, like
okay.
straight up drilling him that night.
No, he wasn't. I think the worst was probably Spaceman or Mr. Bobbles. Which one do you think got it the worst?
I didn't see the gyro one, but I think I'm gonna guess probably secular. You probably couldn't help yourself with secular. I think Spaceman just kind of like he talks so much that sometimes I don't even think he listens to what people are saying anyway. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
he probably just heard you that you talked, and then when he probably like sometimes I'll say something right, and then he'll start talking about like astral projection. And I'm talking about like something, oh, today, blah, blah, blah. And then next thing you go, well, anyways, as I was saying, if you want to do astral projection, and I'm like, what the hell? You know? So, I mean, I love him to pieces. We all do. But, that's, I think, because he doesn't like, how some of the other ones that argumentative or butthurt or angry or anything, but Spaceman, he stayed up there and he was there till the end. And, he still goes up, where the other ones, it became like a big thing, but now Spaceman kind of, because I think I don't know, I love him to pieces, everybody has their own
But yeah,
individuality.
Giro still hasn't come up again.
Daryl?
Yeah, Giro. He's the one that
Oh,
she's talking about.
oh,
Giro
yeah,
still
yeah.
hasn't come up again. Well,
Neither
he
did
shouldn't
Mr.
have
Rourke.
said. I didn't go hard on him. He used to say some really interesting things in the chat. So I just needed a clarification.
I wonder, did he ever say that he met the Filipino girl, like that he went over there?
Yeah, he said he went over there. And he said he's about to go back because he's about to do the K1 visa.
I'll tell you, I had a friend who, well, not a friend, but somebody who I, watched on YouTube, that he was from England and he met his woman. She was from Philippines. She had a YouTube channel as well. They were both kind of like, I don't know if hers was cooking and his was urbex exploring, though. I know that, and haunted stuff and everything. And then he ended up, they hooked up and got engaged and stuff. And I think they're still together. I haven't gone back and looked, but they were together last I knew. So,
My son
yeah.
is talking to a lady from the Philippines right now, and he called me at 3 a.m. And was telling me about it and everything. And I'm like, son, I don't know about, if you could get her to move over here. And I was like, I don't know if you had to have a visa to go over there or what. And then I Googled it, and it said that you could go for 30 days without a visa and stuff like that. But man, I would worry sick if he went way over there and stuff. And she's an older lady and stuff.
And you don't
But
know
yeah,
if people are going to get killed over there, when they get there, like the, lured to go over there. And with this, and it is true that it is cheaper to live over there, but
yeah.
you just don't know if the person's going to get there and then get their bank account and then murdered, and that's it, Like,
Well,
where would
Yeah,
you
I
start?
would be
good
leery
point.
about it being a catfish and everything, but it's not. He's been talking to her for a little while, and she's on my Facebook and his too, and stuff like that. But I don't know. I think it was just his alcohol talking to him last night.
Mm.
A Blobby, what just occurred to me. I'm like, oh my God, a Blobby's here instead of, like, wow. It's just like, wow, that's like kind of like, an honor. Cause I'll tell you, like, I heard she has 85 people in her room. That's so impressive, but that
Yeah.
goes so fast. A chat goes so fast when you have that many people, So
Yeah, listen, she'll be on all night.
That's true. That's true. She is very funny. I love like her face is so, pleasant. But your face is, oh my God, when I saw you, I was you know, like, have you ever Miss Passion? Even Miss, that's what I was saying to these guys last night. Like, because my avatar is me, and Miss Passion is her, and yours is you. So when people go, oh, they're pretty, it mustn't be really them. Like if they're trying to give you a hard time, or me, or anybody. Like I mean, you as a general statement. But now, when we think about it, why wouldn't it be who they really are? Because we are all who we really are. So, by the looks of all of our avatars, and I've seen, and most of them you can see, and for, Miss Passion, you see her like on camera and all that stuff. We see you on camera. We are a good-looking group of people.
Ugh, we've been blessed.
Yeah,
Yeah, we
what I
finer
think.
than a motherfucker.
Aren't
We
we?
fine.
I mean, seriously, I'm like, wow, we are a good-looking bunch. Ace is pretty, XX is pretty, because Ace has been up here, with her blonde, sun-bleached hair and her little Australian, and then a Blobby, she's the best. I mean, you are
Pretty girl
just,
swag. Pretty girl swag.
yeah. And she's got these, like, she smiles, she always has a smile, but she'll go. And I don't know if you've ever heard me now, a Blobby, but I hear you in my head when I say it, right? and it wasn't like a conscious thing, but as soon as I said it, I was like, oh my God. I'm like, taking your favorite, your like an infamous thing that you say, kind of like your,
Yeah.
yeah. And it's like, well, let's go back to that. Let's talk about that. That's what I'll say to people. Let's talk about that. And you said this, so I'm back in your quotes, and I can like scroll back and see what they said and pin it on the screen. Remember, you said this. Let's go back and revisit that, right?
Yeah, second that. Because he wants to just say what he wants to say and not address it.
Oh my God, I know. He said one time, no more free lunch, right?
Yeah.
And I'm like, no more free lunch. Like, what are you talking about? We starve the school kids? And he's like, well, everybody should pull their own weight.
Mm.
School kids? Like little children? What are you saying? Sometimes I don't know if he's like trying to be that way just to be who he is. But then again, but he's really smart too,
Yeah, he's just argumentative.
Yes, yes. But he doesn't yell and be argumentative, though. But he likes to stir the pot.
He does.
Mm-hmm.
He likes to stir the pot and say one thing and do another.
And then go, if Miss Passion and Debbie got into a fist fight, who do you think would win? And I think Miss Passion would, hands down. And I think Bobbles would also win against that Shannon too.
Well, oh, you know what? There's this woman who keeps coming on after I leave ministry or something like that. Because I saw she was on your chat too. I was like, what is going on?
Oh yeah. Ministry. She was actually here in the one before Miss Bobbles, and then I think she went off the stream herself. I don't think they removed her, but I might have. I'm not sure. But she's a nice person. Like, because in my mind, I can't think she's like even though her and I have argued and she actually turned against me, like, for no reason, for a shitty reason or whatever. But I feel like that with benzodiazepines, like Ativan, Klonopin, Xanax, those kind of things, Ambien or something like that. I don't know, like some stuff. I didn't realize that there's a difference when you stop taking pain pills. There's a different withdrawal symptoms, and when you stop taking mental illness pills, those ones that keep the, you know what I mean? your neurotransmitters. They
Mhm.
affect your neurotransmitters.
Yeah.
And then they're like, when you stop taking them, you might have this, you might have that, you might have this. I mean, and that is true. Like, I guess people just laugh thinking, why would I take something that makes you feel more suicidal? But when the doctor gives you Ativan or stuff like that, because one day or maybe for the week you're having anxiety or whatever it is, it's going to be 100 times worse
Mm.
when, yeah, if you decide you don't like taking that and you want to get off, like, oh, I feel good, maybe I'm curious, or your insurance ends and they kick you off and won't pay for it anymore, you become like she was. Because my
Oh.
downstairs neighbor's daughter, I couldn't figure out. I'd be like, why the fuck is she like sometimes yelling out in the hall and then, screaming, she's almost 30. And my neighbor kept saying it's because the Ativan, and, she doesn't have the insurance now. And I didn't get it until um, ministry wrote a comment, like her testimony almost, just along, the whole story. And I didn't really know her then that much, and I like appreciated her honesty. I didn't understand that it's two different types of withdrawal. One is a physical, I think, with the pain, with the pain meds, and the other one is a mental kind of thing where you feel like you're going mental, crazy, and you just don't know why. I don't, they're like, I don't know why they don't know why they're angry. They don't know why they're yelling at people. It's because of what those pills have done to your neurotransmitters in your head. And the doctors don't tell you it's going to be like that. And then when she went to the hospital, so she was trying to do it herself, like get herself off them, and she called the hospital because she felt bad. And when she got there, the hospital had like tricked her and they had police there and they tackled her on the ground and freaking, put her in a freaking crazy bin, like the loony bin.
Mm.
And yeah, and that's how they'll treat people who, when they're coming off the benzos, because like they're crazy. Because yeah, just like how she sounded on Miss Bobbles, crazy. You would think this person's out of control. Somebody's got to call the cops, and they'd come, they'd straight jacket them, put them in. But it's because of those pills that are supposed to make you feel better, and that's why people need to like really think hard before, if you're having a panic attack one day, or you're feeling down, or whatever it might be, really, really think hard if you want to start taking that prescription that says when you get off this, you might, because I'm telling you, they aren't lying, and they will lock you up in an institution, put you right back on them, and then you're like your record of you is marred too. Now in your under your name, you've been locked up, mentally
Mhm.
unstable. You know,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. So just that's what I'm saying. And from what her testimony was to me, and her whole story, and you can read them on those two videos I did, because you know, she didn't sound like the person who's on Bobbles' channel that night is not the same person that was right. They are the same person, but not the
Yeah.
same state of mind, you know? And that's why I just had but I didn't like that cancer comment that she put up in there, and I had deleted it. And well, I actually blocked her. And I know that Bobble says, no mods blocked, but it's hard for me to see a person being mean to somebody I like. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So if I was a mod for somebody's channel, and a fast moving channel too, like that, so it's going to take, they'll probably see it after I've seen it, right?
Mm. Yeah.
So if it's a derogatory statement and mean and hurtful, I remove them. And I know that the person who is the channel owner can still see them if they want to, right?
Yeah.
Because, when they watch it playback, it says, do you want to leave this, unhide or show, whatever. But I do it out of respect for that person as a friend. If I'm their mod and they're, upset when they're doing a live stream, then I'm not doing something right. That's how I feel, you know? But when she said to Bobbles, I can see you and your cigarettes and cancer getting along really well,
Mm.
that bothered me enough to, I went to hit timeout, but I blocked, you know? And, and I mean that I did block by accident because I like ministry. It was an accident. But no sooner had I done it than prior to that, when I had removed a few comments where she was making comments about Baba's weight, uh, somebody with the initials RR, okay,
Mm-hmm.
who's a mod there, was going, Miss Bobbles, but your name is Bobbles. It's not Miss Bobbles, even though I call her that sometimes. But I guess it was the situation. She goes, Miss Bobbles, Survivor Girl deleted a comment. She's breaking the rules. And that is what put me over. I'm like, how old are we? Are we in a playground? So I type snitches get stitches.
You're silly.
You know what? Since the men in the chat have nothing to say and stand up, I have a question to the men in the chat who have chosen to be sexually celibate. I want to know, do you ever get tired of your hand? And if you do, and if no, and I don't mean that in a rude way. Like, do you miss the feeling of a mouth or of any of the three holes a woman has? Do you miss that? Or do you just see like the risk not worth it?
Let me ask you a question, Blatty,
Mm-hmm.
with that in mind, because I was thinking about the whole. So, on the flip side, a woman might go and be, abstain from sex because they're not with some people. It's not just a sex; it's
Mm-hmm.
intimacy, you know. And so, some people don't want to be intimate with somebody that they don't have that kind of a relationship with. Now, I know that now, how many times have you heard from a person who's, a man even, like, because I know that a lot of times you question men in here, but because if a woman said, oh, in my younger years, I used to be a slut, people would be like, are you kidding me? Okay, doesn't go over well. But a
Mm-hmm.
man who says, oh, in my younger days, I was like a slut, the guy says it, we all kind of expect it. Thing is, though, that's them recognizing at about this age, where most of the men that you do interview over there are this age. Yeah, see, Jose says, I miss I miss it, but I don't miss the drama. It's like, so as for masturbating, right? Let's say that, you know, anybody has gone without sex for a while,
Mm-hmm.
including yourself, right? Because you haven't met somebody that you wanted to have sex with. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So would you get an urge and masturbate? Like, and for as long as it took till you found somebody that you wanted to, bestow that honor on of finally having sex with somebody, since you waited to find somebody that was worth it, right? You
I
might
mean,
to get you over the hump.
I know, I'm sorry. That's not how I'm made. I don't listen, I'm fine with somebody being liberal with their vagina or penis. I'm all for you to have your liberal phase, your conservative phase. But I at this point, I'm just, when the pipes need a cleaning, they need a cleaning. You know? You can
Right,
always
exactly.
fantasize by somebody else. I just think like, why suppress yourself like that? Why not
Because
enjoy life?
like you, who is picky, right? Now I'm taking that, the way I take that is that when you say you're picky as a woman, now I don't know, I'm not talking for anyone else. I'm speaking, for me. When you say you're picky, I take that as in every aspect of dating. I take that as you're picky for who you want to spend your time with. You're picky who you want to, you know, have sex with. You're picky. I take that term as you mean you're picky for who you choose to, you know, spend your time with, because your time is quality.
Yeah, but I've never been in a situation where, and I've lived in like little towns where I couldn't find somebody. Like I just refuse to be frustrated. I don't like that built up. I
Right.
don't like
That's what I'm
huffing
saying.
and
So
puffing.
don't you think that everybody masturbates if they've gone without it for a
They
while?
do, but like I think that like but again, I'm not. I guess the older I get, it may change. Like
Right.
maybe the
Exactly.
making love, but like I really like when people tell me I haven't had any in a year. I'm just like, how can that be? It's
Right.
365.
And they also will say, I've heard the guys, very smart, well, they'll say, well, in my younger years, I used to be like that. So I do think it is something that is a change that occurs as you get older because, you live through that. You've sold your wild oats. You're done with that.
But
Like
isn't
maybe
that
not
different
done
for
with
a
it. It
woman?
might happen, you
Isn't
know.
that different with a woman? Because they say you reach sexual peak in your 40s. So I'm expecting to get even better in my 40s. I'm not expecting to slow down.
I think that people are as good as they are equipped to be good. Like if there's, a guy that, is an inch long, I don't care how old he is, he's always going to be an inch long. If there's a woman that is a dead fish in bed and it's just like, okay, get it over with, she's always going to be a dead fish.
But the thing is,
Um,
even the most unattractive woman still has more the ability to get laid more than the most attractive men. Because I don't care what men said, they've all dated negative tens. They've all slept with women who they don't want to say. So, like, I just don't understand.
right. But that's why they say to you in my younger years,
How do you
you
slow
know,
the train down?
it's because, it's like you start thinking about life when your friends, they'll, just, it is true. I guess it's like a a common thought, but when we're younger, we don't think about it. But when people start saying, oh, when you get older, your body starts falling apart, right? And you're
Mm-hmm,
like, even if you're 51, right, which could be
mm-hmm.
considered, older, and your body's not falling apart, you're like, yeah, okay, not mine. But then something throws you for a loop. And, like you could have a stroke and one
Mm-hmm.
half be paralyzed or anything at all. But all of a sudden, then you are going to the doctors a lot. And then everybody is, one Crohn's disease, one neuropathy, one fibromyalgia, this, that, and the other. And it can just happen within that time. And you're thinking to yourself, if you were going to the doctor's appointment, you'd want somebody that loved you from the time that you were getting it on and doing like rabbits, because then they're still looking at you like you're the same person you were when you met and they love you. And that's what you hope for. Doesn't always happen, but I think as we get older, because I'll tell you, these guys who I've talked to on like I've talked to Mr. Rourke and I've talked to Vlad and I've talked to, we've talked to Ben, Jose, all of them, Spaceman. We all, I think, are more appreciative about having people to talk to now. There's somebody in the room that's been married for a long time and they're miserable for the last 2 years. And there's nothing worse than he could go in and have sex with her anytime he wanted, right? But he's a good
Yeah,
guy,
but
he's good
I mean,
looking. Yeah.
I guess I just look at it differently. I see it as I maybe have a good 70 years. I plan to get an orgasm every one of those years. Like, I'm not like I have friends I love, I've had parents I love. Hey, I can get a dog to unconditionally love. But I just don't understand people who I guess maybe you miss that partnership, but I can't see myself going, years without it.
Yeah, but there's nothing worse than being with somebody for years and then maybe at some point feeling more alone while you're with somebody. You're sitting right next to them and you end up choosing to, rather than feel so alone while sitting right next to them, you choose to go outside on the porch or in the car and talk to your friends because, we all understand how it, and I think really, and I hate to use the, because it sounds so like common of a thing to say age, but I think it is that because each age goes through different phases, like your, you know, your teens, your teens and all that, that's you're too young. But when you become old enough to do things legally, like, drink and drive legally, to vote, all that, that's your adulthood. So through your 20s, your 30s, it is all different how, like, I think your 20s, you're still out there thinking you're young. Your 30s, you're like thinking you're in your prime.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I think. In your 30s, you're thinking you're in your prime. In your 40s, you're thinking, oh no, it might be. Because now for a woman, like here's the thing too. Here's another thing. And I don't know if Miss Passion still gets her period. And I hate to make any men uncomfortable, and I'm sorry if I'm not reading the chat right now, but I'm very interested in what's going on here, and because I like this right here. And when you stop having your period, for some reason you feel like less of a woman because the guy can go and have a child with something. Like if a woman he meets wants to have kids, he's not discounted. But if a woman meets a younger guy or any guy that hasn't had kids, even her own age, that's never had kids and wants to have them, you're out. You're discounted.
Really? It's like that? I thought it would be the opposite. I thought you would be, thankful that you're on to the next time in life.
You would be I think that's what we try to have people think about. We want to think that way, but in reality, in our own minds, I kind of, when that happened, I thought, how people will say, oh, when they ate the apple, God punished Eve with childbirth. But I was thinking to myself, well, I don't think so, because that's kind of a joy. I think it's more that I would have had more kids had been in the right situation. And I love babies. So I think the pain of it is not the childbirth. He punished the women by stopping you be able to have children, because then you're discounted. And the new woman comes along and she's the new breeder. Like, I was reading something about back when, the pilgrims first came here, how when a man died, they would sell off his relic, and then they put in parentheses his widow.
Interesting.
Oh my God, I was shocked. I was in shock. It was it was a history book too. It wasn't lying, and they actually said that if they couldn't sustain here, I've got it right here. Do you want to hear? I was in shock. Miss Passion, you still there? I see Byron and Miss Passion. I'm not sure if she's still on.
Yeah, I'm typing in the chat under Byron and Miss Passion because
keep doing that.
He tripping. He tripping, man. He trying to say when a woman stops having her period, she don't want to have sex no more and all that. He got me bumped because
he's tripping about that. Yeah, he is tripping. Because
Yeah,
I'll tell you, I'll be honest right now. I still masturbate.
Really?
She goes, really? Like,
please do tell.
No, I'm not going to tell, but I'm saying that even though when I was younger, I would masturbate. I mean, we all masturbate. Let's face it. You know what I mean? Even my dog, who's fixed, still has his girlfriend blanket.
But do you miss a man's touch?
Yes. You know what I miss? I miss that part of, I miss a lot of things, but I miss, the neck, when the neck and the bottom of their neck, when it turns like into their shoulder. I like that. And if they're a skinny neck person, they have to have the right kind of, like, and and the scent, like, I don't know, like, I don't know. You know what I mean?
Do you not want a man, Survivor Girl? Do you not want nobody?
No,
Because I know you
I
can have a
do.
man because you're beautiful.
Well, right now, I mean, but we'll see what happens like in a few months. I'll get back out there. But, and I worked in a bar and everything, but I think what it was I met somebody and they had set the bar. Not like set the bar, they broke my heart, but they set the bar and blah, blah, blah. Not like that. But because when you're watching, things about dating, grow, as you're whatever through life, everybody is like, oh, you shouldn't call a girl the day after you get her number and stuff. There's these little stupid dating rules. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like if you ever saw that movie Swingers, and it's about like swing dancing, but it's not about it, but it's not about swinging, just so you know. It's like, so he meets this girl and his friends tell him, oh, you got to wait 3 days before you call her. But that's a game, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And Blavy was like, please do tell. Isn't that funny? But when you meet somebody and they call in the morning, and not that you slept with them, I'm just saying you met them, and they call in the morning and they said, I know that, it's, 9 in the morning, but they say, all I could do was think about you and I couldn't wait till I could finally call you. Then, you're like, that's wrong. That'll make somebody's heart race.
So
That's
you
what
like romance. You like the gestures.
yeah, yeah. And then, and then he goes, you want to go out to, me and my roommate are going out to breakfast. And I knew his roommate, that's how I ended up like, talking to him. And he was so funny too. And I think like, I don't even want to talk about it.
You don't have to.
Thank you.
Aw. You all right?
Yeah, you guys talk for a minute.
Okay.
All right.
Girl.
Well, Jose. I mean, let's talk, Jose. How you doing? Any new girls in the repertoire? I do enjoy this. I wonder when I'm older, will I still think this way or will I slow down? Because you know how some dogs, they have the urge to just be, and some are like calming down. I wonder when I'm in my 50s, will I be calm?
Okay, so I'm good now. Now I gotta ask you a question. You said, so I'm wondering, Ablavi, even though you're young, and I feel like I was 30. How old are you? Because I was 33.
28.
And okay, 28. Okay, so I'm certain that that's the thing. There's the key, that they know if you compare to those guys that you talk to that are 50, they know they were dogs when they were your age too, right? And even into their 30s, they
Yeah.
even call themselves that. Yep. And so it's not even that you had, somebody, or maybe you did, whatever the case may be, you in your mind, because you're in that age range where the guys in that age range are dogs as well, where you feel like they're dogs.
No, I feel like they're the opposite. Like guys my age are all talking about having children, getting married, having the
Yeah,
kids
but
in the
that's to get you
garage.
in bed.
Listen, for some reason, I get the ones that want the marriage, the 2 kids, and stuff
Yeah, but
like
you
that.
don't like them.
No, but I don't have like particularly an age. Like
You're
I did.
exactly like I was at your age.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I would, and all the guys, like even going up into the early 30s, they were dogs. But then like when you get older on, things happen and things change, and you learn more about people's stories, and then you like you and just me and Miss Fashion, right? We all have our stories to tell, and Nothing's wrong with sleeping around. Don't.
Why
Well,
Well,
don't
I'm
I
not
sleep
saying
around?
this because
Go
it's
ahead.
my
huh?
son, but my son, he likes, he's got his own apartment and everything going, and he doesn't sleep around. He can't find a good girl and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like he's so lonely and stuff like that. And I mean, not trying to be funny, but my son's a good looking young man. That's what everybody says. And we just live in a small town, in a small area, and he just can't find anybody. And then when he does, it's somebody that wants to play head games with him, or it's somebody that's stuck on an ex or has baby daddy drama and stuff like
Mm.
that. And he just, he sits at his apartment a lot and just wishing he had somebody good.
Right. And how old is he?
Same age as your friend on here. I didn't know she was that young, but she looks young. But I just couldn't
Yeah,
tell.
and
But
that's what
he's
I
her age.
think now is like, I don't think that we really, look at everybody's individual stories. Like we think
One
until,
sec.
like we don't look into everybody. Well, you have live streams, right? I mean, a lot of you, like when you,
Yeah.
with this particular live stream that like I've never had a live stream before. So when I started live streaming, I am so better of a person
Mm-hmm.
because of these people, you know? And even though like I went through like this rough thing, they're my family here. And people can say, oh, it's just YouTube, but I don't feel like it is really because, I knew I was like around these people before my, my what's going on with me and before things happen with them. And we've been, we watch like Byron and Miss Passion getting together, me, what's
Yeah,
happening,
we're like family. A lot of us are like family. And that's why me and Byron, we don't want to step away completely from YouTube, even though I'm considered stepped away right now with my channel on private and everything. I can't completely go away because I just can't do it.
yeah,
I would like miss everybody.
yeah. And that's why I like this live stream. And I'm not like, but I feel, man, I'll look and there's days when I feel so horrible, and I'll come and do a live stream, and I see the people come, like like a block, like it's small, it's not big, it's not this huge,
It's
thing. It's just,
in other words, it's therapy for you in a sense.
yeah, yeah, exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. I feel so much. I'll spend hours on, but I'll tell you that's quality time. It's not
And
hours wasted.
I see less drama and less, I don't see any clones or trolling. Do you even have any of this? Because I don't ever see anything bad, like you
Here.
do on a lot of channels.
Oh, I see. No, we don't, do we? I mean, Bobby, you've been
You're
here a couple
lucky because
times, yeah,
everybody
right?
is dealing with it. Everybody that has a channel is like dealing with drama and stress and anxiety and cloning, and just like Jersey with Jules, you were talking about her earlier. People or somebody is emailing, acting like they're her, and it's just crazy. It's
I could tell you a little tale about what you just talked about. That is very interesting, but I never say it on. Sometimes, like when some things are going on, how people will make videos about it and tell them, but I won't give the people the satisfaction by making a video and stuff. So, but I would tell you a story behind the scenes. It doesn't have anything to do with Jersey,
okay.
but it's a story about that you're talking about.
Well, if you ever want my phone number, all you got to do is email me. It's on my about me, and we can talk privately anytime you want.
I could put my phone number in the private. Anybody that's in this room right now, I wouldn't care if they had my number. So I'm just saying. So I would put my
Yeah.
phone number in the private chat right now. So not if
Okay.
Secular was in here, but if you guys, no, sorry, Secular. I'm only kidding,
He's
Secular,
in here,
right?
isn't he?
He's
He's
the most
bad.
thick skinned. You have to admit, Secular is the most thick skinned person on YouTube. Is he not?
Yeah.
He, I mean, because we fucking sometimes on here, and we know that there's a possibility he might be watching, you know. And when we first came on, you know, the live stream first started, XX and, you know, Vlad and me, I guess that they were a little harsher than I was, I'm gonna say. You know, at least I wasn't pinning what they were saying, but it was all jokingly, right? You know, like, but and then he said, I'm gonna forgive. Here he is. See, I told you guys he was here. I knew it. Look at him. Nope, we're
Oh,
gonna
yeah.
not let you on until I
You
give
know
my
it.
phone. Don't feed into. We don't have any haters. That's what we're saying. We don't. He's lurking and jerking. That's what Mr. Rourke said. And if it's a woman, I say lingering and fingering. I made that up, a Bobby. Isn't that so unlike me?
Who
No.
is the fourth person on the
No,
who is
no, because
who's
I
on
told her I
the panel with
masturbate.
no
Right?
avatar?
Hi, Seth. Is that you?
Yeah, it's me.
Yeah.
Oh,
No,
that's
that's
Oh,
Jose.
Jose.
That's
That's
Jose.
Jose Guzman. I forgot. I
Yeah.
let you in, Jose. Oh my God, that's so funny to me. To me. Miss Passion,
You
how
guys
did
are
you get your
crazy.
name? I love it.
what?
How did you make up your name, Miss Passion? I love it. Oh my God. Hi, Christy.
I just made it up years ago before I even knew anything about. I thought YouTube was just to listen to music on, and I thought I had to make a name to do it. And I just like came up with it, no reason, nothing. And I let my YouTube sit for like 5 years almost, and I don't know. It's just something I used to go by Miracle on Facebook and stuff like that. I used to go by the name Miracle, and then Miracle of Passion and stuff like that. And I just threw it together and just said Miss Passion. But you know, I
I
never
like
knew I was
it.
gonna.
I think you
I
could
didn't
do
even know
like
what you were doing.
a love advice. Like people could write into you, like email into you, like kind of like a Dear Abby. That's what you should do.
Yeah.
But let's discuss what you said about your son. You
Oh, I
say he
love
wants
that.
a relationship and he's not able to find the woman he's looking for. Is he very particular for what he's looking for? Is he expanding his options?
Are you talking to Jose?
No.
You talking
I'm
to
talking
Jose or
Secular?
maybe about my son?
you.
Who's
Yeah,
not?
he'll
He.
say stuff every
Oh,
now and
I'm
then
sorry. I
about.
thought you were talking to a guy. So I was like, oh, she's gonna ask Jose questions. So I thought it was based for Jose. So I'm gonna be honest. I don't remember the question.
She's talking about Miss Passion's son. Miss
Yeah.
Passion's son's 30 years old, and he kind of stays home a lot, and he hasn't really met no one that he's really liked or something.
Mhm.
But normally, a
Well,
lot of
he's
that
not
has to do
30
with
yet.
like
He's
your
28.
social area.
He's 28.
Yeah.
Oh,
Right.
28.
But
I
is
got
he
it wrong.
picky? Is he like does he go for a certain type of girl?
Yeah, he's picky, and that's part of the problem.
Mhm.
He doesn't want to date a big girl, and you know I keep telling him if it's a big girl and she's pretty in the face, they can work out together, and he can encourage her. Like she can be kind of thick, but he don't want her to have no big stomach on her. You know, he's just so picky. He wants like a Barbie doll looking girl, and I told him I was like, you got to get over that for real.
Well,
Where do you guys
no.
live, though?
If he wants his type, he might have to go someplace else for it. Is he willing to move?
That's an issue because he's
You
done that
can't
before.
learn to love somebody.
He's met girls before and went away, and then I had to go rescue him because it didn't last but 3 weeks and stuff like that. That happened years ago, but he's a mama's boy, even though he don't live with me, and I don't think he wants to move away from me. So it would have to be a girl that would move closer to us. You know
Okay,
what I'm
are you
saying?
close? Is there an age range he likes?
All the way up to probably 40ish, and sometimes he like right now this lady from the Philippines is like 53. You know, he'll talk to an older woman and stuff like that. I mean, he would rather have somebody close to his age range, don't get me wrong, but he'll
Okay.
talk to women of all ages.
Okay, well, okay. He wants what he wants, right? You can't help who you're attracted to.
He would rather have somebody that's not fat and not what they call
That's
BBW
fine.
and stuff like that. They can be a little bit big, but he just, I don't know. I mean, he's had some dates before, and to be honest with you,
Mhm.
the big girl that he has had dates with, they be eating up all his food, drinking up all his pops, and that's one reason is because they act like pigs. And I told him, I was like, I'm big and everything, and I don't drink that much pops and eat that much food. But the girls that he be picking, oh my God, this one drank almost a 12-pack of his sodas in one day one time. I watched it happen. We were just looking at each other and smiling every time the girl walked by, because at the time he was roommating with me. I was letting my son stay with me at the time until he got his
Maybe
place.
she's just thirsty.
Okay, well, not saying it's not, right? But
Okay.
if he likes, like, how skinny are we talking? A size 2, a size 4?
He
Now, is
would
he
rather
skinny? Is
have.
he skinny?
Well, he was, but he's finally buffing up and he working out and gaining weight and everything. But he used to have like an 8-pack. But I mean, he's gaining weight his damn self. That's why I keep telling him. I'm like, son, you keep saying you want a skinny girl, but but yeah, I
I
mean,
always
like
say
I
I have
said,
a
they can be.
washboard stomach with a load of laundry on it.
Sec, behave yourself.
What's he
Behave
doing in
yourself.
there? Is
We've
he being a
told you,
pervert?
when you say get a Filipino woman, you're telling American woman to get a Filipino man. It doesn't work one way. But anyway, so he wants a skinny chick. Is he ready to pay for the skinny, beautiful chick he wants? Because that's a lot of upkeep.
Pay for it? Why is he gonna pay for her? Why doesn't she bring something into the mix? Like her
No.
her own mix?
We know as women how much it costs to look a certain way.
Well, then they've already been paying it, so why shouldn't the woman keep paying it for herself?
Because he wants her to be with him. She's doing
Yeah,
it
but
as
the
a
thing is,
tactic.
she already wanted to look that way, or that's just in her like genetics or whatever the case may be. She was already skinny. Why should he have to pay for her to be skinny?
He's not paying for her to be skinny. He's paying for upkeep, just like you pay for an oil change with your car.
Well, let
Yeah,
me
but
say this right here.
she would
Most
pay
of
for
the
her
skinny girls he
own oil
dates,
change before she met him.
most of the skinny girls are more worried about having a nice phone than getting their nails done and all that. The ones he's dated and stuff.
Okay,
There's been
but
a
So
few
maybe
that
that's
didn't.
why he wants an older woman.
so
Maybe
he
that's
doesn't
why he
want to
likes
pay
the
for a
older
younger
one.
woman because a younger woman is costly.
Yeah, but maybe it's not that he wants to pay for an older, younger one, or doesn't want to. Maybe it's that, he's just older beyond his years when it comes to a relationship. Maybe like the guy that, I was with that was younger than me. He was 22 and I was 33. And I think, that we still think about each other. I think that's why he's not, he's not married and happily married and his life going all great from what I see. But I don't talk to him or anything. I wouldn't. And I'm not saying my life is, but I'm not saying that, you know.
No, but like if a woman is young youth is a commodity and beauty is a commodity as well as money. If a man wants a young, beautiful woman, he has to pay for it. And it's delusional to say that he wouldn't. Now, it
Yeah,
might
what if
not
you're a
be
beautiful woman who makes her own money? That's even better.
it's better, but who's gonna want to spend all their money on a man? You could have had a child for
Okay,
that.
listen, the last girl he dated, the last relationship he was in, the girl had 2 jobs, and she was kind of skinny. She had a little bit of a belly on her because she's a mom and everything, but her kid had got took and everything, and her aunt raises the child. But she worked 2 jobs, so she didn't want him to buy her anything, but he would offer to buy her stuff and all that. But she was very independent. But the issue with her is she had some hygiene issues, and
Oh my god.
like her
Yeah.
car had broke down, so I had to pick her up and bring her over to my son to stay with him for the visits and stuff like that, 3 or 4 days while she was off. And the whole way riding back, she was funky. Like you could tell she didn't have no deodorant on and stuff. And I had to talk with my son when she got out of the car. I was like, "Look, son," I was like,
She
I'm not trying
stinks.
to be mean. He's like, "Yeah, that's the only problem I got with her is, He said, I'm going to talk to her about it without hurting her feelings and blah, blah, blah. So he's had issues like that. They're either too fat, they're either skinny and stuck on somebody, or they funky. So he cannot find the right, the right one. He's
Now,
just to
does
the
he
point.
just say, is he dating Latino woman, Asian woman, or is he just want white woman?
He doesn't care what race they are. He likes all women. It doesn't even matter. He's had black girlfriends before, and now he's talking to the older Filipino lady. But that's an issue because I know he ain't getting ready to move over there, and I'm pretty sure she's not going to move to the state. And she's got 3 kids, and they all look older. They look like they're not far from being grown.
Well, do you live by like a university?
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe go to some other university bars and see what they have there.
Yeah, I've told him even told him before to go before the pandemic. I've even told him before to go to church. You can meet a nice girl at church and stuff like that. I mean, I've told him, and I used to be against people meeting on dating sites like POF and online and stuff, but look how I met my man right here on YouTube.
But
so
I'm
I'm
saying,
like, things are different now.
That's pretty
Things are
cool.
different. The pandemic.
Secular met somebody on Grindr.
What's that? Is that an app? Like a dating app?
Don't go there,
guys.
Listen, women have all different types, right? Not every young woman wants a man with money. However, a 6-pack helps if you want to attract a certain type of woman. A bank account, I'm not saying you have to be rich. I'm saying just take care of
Grindr was for everything. Sorry.
But
Grindr, yeah, that's what. Maybe for.
I thought it was for everybody. I thought it was for everybody.
No, it's for men.
Are you sure?
Okay, I thought it was for girls. And guys.
I thought it was for like even if women
like
were
kinky
like
stuff.
Yeah. What does it called? Down to fuck. DTF, right? Down to fuck.
Yeah.
I thought. Is that their website? For women?
Yeah, he might see. Maybe he has to go a town over. Does he want a wife? What is he looking for?
He wants to be a father. He's got all the dreams that most people have, when they're young. He wants to be a father and get married one day and, and stuff like that. And he's real loyal.
I want to know, I have a question for Ablavi. Ablavi, how come you think that women think that it's not about the bank account mattering? It's about, okay, say that you're in love with somebody and your partners together, okay? And then one of you ends up, sick or something. And, are out of work, not even sick, just out of work. Like a bump in the road for a couple of weeks, so the income of 2 people working is going to get cut down. Don't you want to know that woman or man has lived on his own without a partner or without a mother? Because if you've got somebody who comes from their parents' house to a man's house or a woman's house, and there's no, break in between where that they can take care of themselves. It's no longer the days like 50s days. This isn't, Leave It to Beaver. It's not that anymore. And that's what secular sometimes thinks. And that's what I'm hearing, like people think that the man is supposed to, be the only provider, but that's not the case anymore. A lot of women are the provider and they don't want a man that's not, but they do want honesty. People want honesty as they get older. They want somebody who they know that if something happens, that's one of the things that does become an issue as you get, at any age, you'll notice that if something happens and you're out of work for however long and there's a bump in the road, you wish that you had somebody who was with you. We're not looking for somebody that can do that. And while we say we don't want to work, we're looking for somebody who can take care of us. No, we all want to work because we know that 2 incomes bring us better shit when we're done and done with working, right? Right? We're done with working now. You and I have worked our whole life. We've made our money. We enjoy our company together. We're not just about doing it. We can talk. We can, you know. And I never thought he was a dog, and he never thought I was a slut. We don't say that to each other, you know. And we each bring 100% to the table. So we know that if the other person, that's why I don't say 50-50, because if one stops bringing it, then you only got 50%. But if you know somebody took care of their self and they were an independent individual,
I'm
then
not I'm not
yeah.
against that philosophy. However, when it comes into real life,
Mhm.
it becomes a 90-10 situation. So for me, I will not be doing that. I will not be paying half the bills and doing the housework. That will not be happening with
Well, who said the housework though? Like I would think the
me.
housework, you know, well, who was? Miss Passion just left. Oh,
Oh,
oh, she had to die. Oh, it was dying. Oh, okay.
no.
Um,
I'm not mad at it. I think that for a lot of people, it's unrealistic to have one paycheck. But if I'm going to give up my single life, it has to be for something that is
so
going to make financial sense. I'm not going to
okay,
give
so at
up.
this point in your life, you don't want to be with the same person every day. That's normal.
No,
My daughter, who's
honestly,
25,
honestly, if I met a man and he was able to take care of me, I would consider marriage. A 50-50 relationship, I'm not willing to do at this age.
okay, honestly, no, not 50-50. I said 100-100.
Okay, 100. I'm not
Right.
willing to do it.
50. Okay, but what I'm saying is, honestly, right? Haven't
Mhm.
you probably had at least 100 guys? And that's whatever. At least 100 guys that probably could have taken care of you, but you didn't. They didn't make your heart race. They didn't make your heart go thumpity thump. So something inside you said, you know what? I deserve more than this. I deserve my heart to race. I want my, you know, I want that. You want that. And your body, the heart wants what the heart wants. And that's the bottom line.
I don't disagree with that. I know myself, and I would be lying if I said I'm just going to marry a man for love. I would be lying.
Right. I get that. But, hopefully for you, it will be, the right circumstances. And it probably will be. I mean, what I mean is, any way you look at it, you could have already had a man that could have paid, and done everything.
True,
But
I
you
could
didn't
have.
want to do it because want, you didn't feel your heart wasn't in it. And you know better than to betray your heart. Your mind, that's the thing. Sometimes people will follow what their mind says, but their heart still aches. But, always, your heart is where you won't betray. And that's just human nature. The heart wants what the heart wants.
I get that, but right now, I mean, honestly, my love is my career. I don't see I get it that I may regret it one day, but I'm willing to come home alone in my 50s if I'm willing to have the career I want.
Right. And we all are too. And
Mhm.
that's why sometimes people are saying, oh, why you're 50? Why are you still single? There must be something wrong with you. No, it's because we still have the same mindset in all aspects of life, not just, dating, but what you just said, I'm willing to be alone even into my 50s rather than, so that's what I'm telling you is that when people use that as an insult and say, well, you're 50 and you're single, there must be something wrong, right? It's not that there's something wrong. It's that we feel the same way you just said, except now we're 50. And that there's not, unless you find that person who makes your heart race, that's why most relationships end because you can't, how some people will say, oh, you'll learn to love them.
Mhm.
You never learn to love somebody. You just don't. It's something about having that, you know, like that. There's so many people I talk to at this age, even that some people are like they're bitter about or they're still together, and I feel like some people have never. I don't know, like I like to be a hopeful romantic, but I
But
like
I
the
guess,
fact that I still get tears about a relationship that didn't end too badly.
okay. I think too, though, I'm averse to children. Like, I date men who don't want children, men who do. So, because I'm okay if I'm never a mother or if I am a mother, that takes a lot of, I guess, the urgency to find somebody away from me.
And the thing is you'll find that you'll realize one day that, you know what, as much as people are saying that, looking for love, looking for a partner, you'll find that as you get older, you realize, you know what, you're never really looking for a partner. Maybe when you're younger, you're looking at people thinking, oh, I would take that, perhaps because of the sex thing, you want to have sex or whatever. But when you get older, you realize you're not looking like secular. I think that's part of his, um, in attract. Something that makes you secular. And I like you. I love you to pieces. But I think that you need to stop coming off so orientated, I guess, to
No,
dating
secular
men
needs to
that do.
stop coming off like a hypocrite because you can't say one thing and then do another. If you're going to say you believed in marriage, then you should have gotten married and done it. You don't get to question why women are single and question why family values are not done when you've done the exact opposite. You cannot complain about marriage because you are one of the people who did not believe in it for the longest. Now,
And listen to what he's saying there. He
yeah,
doesn't like manly women.
yeah.
America is loaded with them. Now, do you think that me and Ablavi are manly?
Yes, because secular in secular's mind, he doesn't he's taking what he sees on TV of these women. These women live in a culture where marriage is of the most importance. And
And
women are
he wouldn't
taking
respect a woman if he had, because look at, he says,
yeah.
why respect, but he doesn't realize that on the flip side, when he makes videos about, about Survivor Girl and, stuff like that about me,
Mm,
I am so moved because my distaste for him sometimes, and I'm being honest, will make me
okay,
not look
Seth.
at your channel. I'll
This is the
not look at his channel.
this is the thing, secular, right? You do not live in these societies. If you lived in a Middle Eastern society or a Latin society, what you're doing right now is unacceptable. You have
Yes.
made two single mothers. You
Hmm.
have not married anybody. Men in these communities would shun you for this. This is not
Good
acceptable
point.
behavior
Good
for
point.
men. So when
Awesome.
you talk about what you don't like in American
Mhm.
woman, you're talking about what you don't like in yourself. You have
Wow.
the ability as a man to get
Ooh.
on your knee and propose to any woman you want. Now, most women won't say yes, but you can find a woman to say yes, and you can find a woman who, by the amount of money you make, is willing to put up with you and your things because she sees the monetary gains. Don't get mad at the system because you refuse to play in it and now you're older and you want to get married. If you want to marry somebody who is old in another country, just do it. If you like
Yes.
a woman in another country, just do it. But the
Yes.
fact that you have to
Yes.
compare an American woman to a woman overseas is only showing you and how you're not dominating as a man. Because most
Mm.
men in other countries are not going to sit here and say the American women are better. Look at how their men are, because they know that they are connected to their woman. And if somebody speaks badly upon their woman, they're speaking badly upon them.
She just got. Yep. Because fucking that was. She
Yes, you do.
fucking. I mean, she told you like it is. You guys can still hear me, right?
Yeah.
My dog fucking touched something on me here. Hold on a minute. I have
Like,
to go back. But
okay.
she just told you, you know what? I have to go out, but no, wait, I do have to, but I was going to finish while you can hear me. That was the awesomest thing I ever heard. I mean, because I think I'm smart, but then you totally saw something in another aspect that I didn't see, which now we're double smart, right?
Yeah, you cannot say as a man, this group of women are better without congratulating the men that created the woman you like with the cooperation and the support you like. You as an American man have not created that. You just have
Listen, Ablavi, can you still hear me?
Yeah.
While you can, I'm going to drop out and come back in because I don't see how I can get back in, and I know I'm going to lose you.
Okay.
So keep talking. Go ahead. Okay. Go ahead.
Bye. You want to be married, Zach, and for some reason, you know, based on the lifestyle you live in America, you can't get the type of woman you want. Maybe the type of woman you want is in that 300,000-400,000 range. But stop making everybody around you miserable and just marry a woman from another country, and she will tell you how unlike her man you are, and you will see the difference. Just get married. You want to get married. You talk about it all the time. You go around saying how aggressive and despicable American women are. Just go and marry somebody. Either there's a Latina, a Middle Eastern woman, Asian woman, whatever you want to marry. Oh, you can't hear me? Can you hear me now? I can hear me. Let me see. Can you hear me now? Ooh. I need somebody to say yes or no. Let me see. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Ooh. What happened? Can you hear me now? What happened? Woo. Can you hear me? I don't know why I sound like a chipmunk. Can you hear me now? Hello?
Hello?
Yeah?
Breaker 19. Breaker 19. Is that what they said? Breaker 19? I don't think they said breaker 19.
Do I sound like a chipmunk?
Who said you sounded like a chipmunk?
Secular.
You did? Yes, but you're sounding. No, Jose said that. It sounds like you're talking like Flash. You're breaking up. Wait a minute. Okay, so this is when I was gone. Did she sound better now? Is it like now they hear you both? Not
Okay.
anymore. It was my fault then because I was off for a minute. I'm sorry. I got to get something to drink though. So what I'm going to do is just mute the cam. I'll stay on, but I had to go out because you know what? It kicked me off. So it kicked me off, and now I'm back. Oh my god, my mouth is so dry. My teeth are sticking. I mean, not my teeth. My lips are sticking to my teeth. You know what I'm saying?
Secular. But then secular, let me ask you something. Why haven't you found that woman yet? What is it in you that you haven't found it? Because at this point, it's you, not the woman.
At every point in its whole life. Right? I'll be right back. I gotta mute me, but she'll.
Okay. It is what it is. You just want to be feisty.
Just so you know, when I said she'll be good, I didn't mean like be good. I meant, see, you know what? I think it is Planet. Is it yours? Secular. All right, come on. You said that you wanted the link. I'm just gonna put it up, Secular.
Go ahead. You're tired now? I don't know why you're tired now. You're the one that likes to Zach, he's the one that likes to, he likes to go in the chat room and then piss everybody off and then get mad when he chats.
You'll come up. Come on, Secular. This you never know when their last time to come up might be with me. Sorry.
Oh, that was
Huh?
Bob. No, I was just looking at Bobbles because she's still on.
How many people she got in her chat room? A lot, huh?
61. I don't know who she's talking about, but she need to keep talking about them.
Is she mad?
No.
You're Secular.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Here you go.
I mean, out of the public
Turn
eye,
on
you
your
know,
YouTube,
you're
Secular.
doing that.
Hello?
Hello.
How you doing?
Good. Are you bringing that aggressive male energy tonight?
I don't have any aggressive energy.
You're bringing that aggressive male energy that you like to talk so much about?
Huh?
You're bringing that aggressive male energy that you talk so much about?
About who?
Every girl.
I said you're bringing
Oh,
that
God.
aggressive male energy that you talk so much about.
All right, so we got a nice guy and Secular up here.
Secular,
Poor
So, Bobby, I'm
I
going to
think
get
it's
something to
time.
drink. You know, it's all for you. Go ahead.
I think it's time for you to start dating.
No, thank you.
Because if you don't start dating, I might really have to curse you out one of these days.
No.
You are going to catch me on the wrong day with this fake. I don't even think it's fake. I think it's attention-seeking behavior.
I just want to see society, more structured. It's gotten real chaotic.
And you were part of the chaos.
Probably so, but it's just, I'd like to see us go back to, and it's something you don't need a belief in a higher power or religion for, but marriage is good for the kids, for the structure of society. And I'm not cheap at weddings. I'm not narcissistic. I'll put a big chunk of money in a card and celebrate a 50th wedding anniversary. It just wasn't for me. I've lost interest. I'm tired of it.
No, I think you don't. No, you talk about marriage way too much to be lost of interest.
Because I've seen the negative effects of turning away from it as an institution and giving up on it too easily.
But you haven't done either.
And I think at the end of the day, it's better. The 50-50 is okay sometimes, but I think it's better if the guy's the breadwinner and the lady takes care of the kids and the guy does the yard work. But the economy has changed. We lost a lot of good paying jobs, and labor unions are weak in part because of corruption, and there's more narcissism and arrested development. A lot of it's economics. It takes two incomes now. But it's okay for the woman to make more than the guy.
I think that's psychologically Secular that you are codependent. Like you're codependent. You need somebody who needs you so that you can feel needed.
Oh, that's the truth.
Yeah.
No, I need somebody that's not narcissistic and selfish.
Yeah,
okay.
but
I
I know, but that's what you would say.
Different countries and societies that I should have.
Yeah, that's your diagnosis of yourself.
But hold on. Let's say, not ladies, let's say I am narcissistic and selfish. Because
most American women are, I think.
No, Secular, talk about you, because what you say on the reflection about the woman is a reflection on you. So say I am narcissistic.
You're an American in the 21st century. Of course you are.
No, he's saying that you say it.
Yes.
Yeah, there's a lot more. It's something that started with the 1960s.
No, you don't even listen to a woman. That's a prime example that you didn't even listen to her because that's how much you disrespect women.
Okay, repeat
that's
what
how
you
much
said.
value and worth that you put in a woman.
When you are saying American woman, you are talking about American society, which you are part of. So when you want to say something negative about a woman, make sure you put yourself in that statement as well.
Yeah, well, there's a general more so than
no. So if you say American women are not agreeable, I, as American man, am also not agreeable, needs to come out of your mouth as well.
Well, it takes two.
No. Don't do that, because you are in control of your destiny. Regardless, if you meet 100 bad women, guess what they have in common? You.
No, I knew people from the World War II generation, and they, it takes two.
No, you have to take some responsibility. Like
I
people,
do take responsibility, and every other chat I take responsibility or partial
no,
responsibility.
you say I would be with an American woman if she was to cooperate. But yet those women who don't cooperate see something in you to not cooperate with.
Women, they're not able to cooperate anymore. They're too
correct.
Wow.
But you said
You are the
That's
worst.
done.
Yep.
No, the marriage is for the upper middle class and immigrant communities. Marriages are
But
strong.
immigrant
I can't
communities have
even
less money.
imagine how you got this way. You're like the most like just abrasive without being physically abrasive, but your thought process is so abrasive. Like I think as being a bartender, I've overheard conversations quite a bit.
Yeah.
And I've heard women called crazy woman, that crazy woman, or, and they'll be talking about a girl that they're stringing along,
Yeah.
because me as a bartender, I'll watch things, unfold. And
Well, I
they're
think
talking about a
right.
girl they're stringing along. So I think that what people have really confused is that there is a lot of good women out there. And I'm sure there's a lot of good men out there, but it's men like you, secular, and that thought process that women are so, beneath, that you want a woman who's just going to walk around in a maid's uniform, high heels and naked, or whatever. No one, who cares? That's what you think. Then a woman should be seen and not heard, kind of. Where somebody like Jose, who's a good guy thinking with his heart, he gets lumped into that general statement. But as a person who for 22 years listened, on the inside, like I'm on the inside of that bar, I hear every conversation. And it really appears to me that there's a lot more good women out there than there are men that are stringing that along. These men, they're the ones that are out in the bars. The women are home trying to call and see where their man is.
Well, no, women are players
out at the
now.
bar, laughing about them, talking about them
Yeah.
like they're shit.
That sounds like women nowadays. That sounds like female
not.
rappers.
Nowadays, what do you think? It was 20 years ago. I bartended. It was last year.
Well, why do women shouldn't go to the club on salsa night if they got a chip on their shoulder and they hate men?
Okay, what are you talking about?
If
One
they're
night?
gonna go to the bar to sit around and sulk and be miserable and bitter, then don't go there. Then there's still a lot of men and women that are looking for a partner, that want somebody. A lot of women
but
can't
I
take
think you need to
responsibility.
stop and go back and watch yourself on people's channels and listen to yourself and ask yourself, are you likable?
That doesn't matter. I'm saying I don't want to date.
It does matter if you're looking to date. Don't you think that the
There's
person dating you should
too many
like you?
rude, hostile women that would rather have a cat or a dog.
Look at the men's opinion too. Then
that won't admit that they were part of the reason they made bad choices.
Right. Every one of us one time had heart pounds when you're with them and sweaty palms, and that's what you want. You can't list what you want to feel. That's the issue here.
Yeah.
You're making a list, and Ablavi, you make a list, but the thing is you can't list it because it comes unexpectedly. You know what I'm saying? So all that shit kind of flies out the window when someone makes your heart pound.
Yeah, the divorce rate is sky high in this country.
Okay, go right ahead and just fucking disregard what I just said to you.
That cannot be an argument with you because one, you're not married. Two, you never did marry anybody. You can't use that.
Right. Oh, good point.
You're not in that statistic. Yeah. You never thought to marry somebody for whatever the reason is.
Because I recognize the pattern of gender hostility.
No.
Divorce. I recognize the pattern.
No. If you wanted to get married, that's on you. That's not on society. If you wanted to get married, you had to go out in this world and find a woman that you were willing to marry. You didn't want to do that. You wanted to be laissez-faire, and that's fine. But as you get older, there's consequences to that lifestyle. Now, take it how you may. For some people, it's loneliness. Some
Yeah.
people, it's being bitter. Some people are very happy and being single and live a very happy life. But you seem to really want to get married. And if the American woman is not what you want, there is this thing called a K-1 visa you can do to get you a woman that maybe is more to your liking. But I
Well, I
don't
don't need to get a
know
visa.
necessary.
I don't need to get a visa. There's a lot. We have a lot of people. We
Well,
have a lot
either
of
way you look at it,
immigrants.
then if it's that simple, she's saying, why aren't you married yet to what you tell us all we should get? Why are you they're telling people, like, why are you insulting, like, everyone just because you want a Filipino woman for some reason? We don't care why you do. We're just wondering, then why don't you do it?
Because they're not masculine dickheads that are going to attack me.
No, we're saying, why don't you do it? Why don't you marry one
They
then?
have personalities. They're
But you
why
still
aren't you
haven't
married to
married
one?
one.
they're not teenagers. They don't
But
have
you
Why
have-
aren't you
teenagers like
married to
American
one? And they
women
are teenagers.
do. Huh?
You
In
should be
reality,
married.
yeah.
When you say you like a woman better,
I just do. I respect women from other countries and cultures.
and that's
Then
fine,
why-
secular.
Marry
But
one.
the issue is
They're
your
more feminine. They're more nurturing. They're more dedicated.
Then marry one.
More mature. Huh?
Then do it. Marry one.
I don't want to be married. I'm past that
Oh,
point.
so you're making it about the American woman
I'm not
when
the
it's
only.
really you.
I'm not
Just
the
what
only
you
guy
said.
that feels that way. I've known a lot of guys that have
Oh,
married
so you're always come on now. Simmer
ladies
down.
and they're happy. They have a
Simmer
partner.
down.
They have somebody that's going to work with them.
The issue is, though, secular, you are very difficult to get along with.
Yeah.
Let's not BS.
You want
are
the truth
very
about it? If you want the truth about it, African American women are the worst as far as
Well, listen, you're not
their
gonna offend me.
aggressiveness and their hostility. I
Listen,
had the exception to the rule. I had one lady.
no. Let me check you on that. Don't you ever think that you know me this well. You are not about to sit here and tell me that African American are the worst at it simply because you chose not to get married. You don't go through my struggle in life. You don't do what I do in life, and you do not see my struggle. So don't you ever sit here and
Well, you
think,
have a Liberian background.
hold on, I'm not done.
Okay.
Don't ever get it in your head to say that, oh, we're hostile. What I go through in life is not what you go through in life. I chose my path. I don't blame anybody for the path I chose. I chose not to be married. I chose not to have children, and I take it full stand.
That's why you're struggling. You're choosing not to have a partner.
wait.
You had a partner.
Oh, stop it, secular.
You had a
That's
partner, you wouldn't have to
stupid
struggle
thing to
as much.
say, secular.
I don't struggle. I pay for my own way.
Yeah.
I go and live my best life, and I travel and I do what I want. I didn't bring a child into this world with somebody I didn't like. I didn't put somebody else in hell being married to them.
Because you got to do you. It's all about
Yes.
you.
Yes,
Yeah, but
because
listen,
I-
secular,
Why would somebody
listen to your
black men
arguments
wanna go
with her.
with women?
You're all
Wonder-
over the
wonder
place
why
in your
that is.
arguments. No, but you're all over your place in your arguments. You say,
I'm covering all the
that you
bases.
want a girl who isn't, independent because that makes them man. You don't want an American girl. But then you say, oh, and I feel like deep down at the end of the day, it was just to take a shot at her in a really simplistic, just, silly way. Because you go, African American women are the what, right? So
Well, that's
basically,
obvious. You
and then you say,
recognize
Christopher,
the
wait, I'm not finished,
Okay.
right? The struggle, right? You go, because of the struggle. So right there, if you're going to say she is somebody with the struggle, then she'd be right up your alley.
Yeah, there's a
Because-
lack of,
And
she's
you could,
struggling because she wants to-
control her and be the one who is the alpha and this and that, right? So she'd be right up your alley. So basically, you saying that is just like you saying to me, oh, that's like the Jewish women. So I think if this was going on between you and me, you would resort to that too. But
Well,
your
if you were-
arguments
if you
are
were an
always all
Orthodox
over the
woman,
place.
you'd be relegated
really-
to home.
You have to
Right.
listen to yourself sometimes. You have to listen to yourself.
But no, let's continue. I chose my path and I accept it. I do not owe you or anybody else in the society a child or to get married. Just like how you made that decision, I made mine. Now, if you want to change your decision, that is fine. If you want to get married, and by saying marriage is a great thing, you would do it. Now, for whatever reason you're not getting married and you chose to be this age in your life and not to get married, is fine. but don't put me and you in the same position, because I'm happy with what I've done in life. And I won't be judged by somebody like you who does not live my life and is not going to take care of a child if I have it. Because if I get married and have a child, are you going to be paying for the diapers? And are you going to have to be dealing with that man every day? No, you're not. So stay in your lane.
And exactly. And I think that sometimes men make these things, even like when the guy, Tommy, and I love him to pieces. Tommy Highway, I do love you to pieces. But even the fact that you kept calling them, and I don't know that he's here, but I just, in case, that he kept referring, honey, honey, honey. But it's okay to call somebody honey, it is. But, the fact even when somebody says, well, I know the best way for a woman to get in shape, but you're not a woman. And the real thing about a woman is, if you make your woman feel sexy, no matter how she is, she's going to do that herself. Because when they feel insecure and, maybe overweight or something, they don't even look at themselves in the mirror.
Well, if you're in a relationship, it's both partners' responsibility to stay attractive.
Listen, I'm going to tell you how to do it, because you just interrupted me but I was making a very important point, because I know, because I lived it. When you tell your partner that they are fat, and don't make them feel sexy, then you don't know that, listen, you're in trouble. You don't know that they're already not looking at themselves in the mirror. Okay? But when you make them feel sexy, then they look in the mirror and they feel sexier themselves. They feel giddy. They feel sexy. They start losing weight. The sex is definitely better when your partner feels sexy. No matter the guy or the girl, whether the one is. The important thing is to make them feel attractive. You're going to get better sex then. You start saying you're too fat, they're going to wear a t-shirt while you're doing them. Yeah.
If they're too fat, I'm gonna pretend they're somebody else.
Bottom line is, this is the thing. I'm just saying, I dated somebody who would say about, the Renaissance pictures when the women were painted a little chubbier, but and then I felt sexy, and then I seemed to lose weight because the hip curvy thing that he was talking about, I wanted to bring out more in myself.
Well,
but
some guys like a bigger built woman. Other guys like medium.
You were talking about a bigger built woman, but a bigger built woman. What do you mean? Somebody who's 6'3" and they're just a bigger woman, and that's their skeletal frame, so they'll always be a bigger person than you? Or are you talking about somebody who maybe had, a child and was dating somebody who had said, yeah, you got to wear my t-shirt because you're too fat to have sex, when, in your mind, you're already like, I'm not even really attracted to this fucking guy. I'm trying to learn to love him, right? Because most people have that same mindset as you, that the woman should be married and this and that, and you should have kids at a certain age. And I was 28.
I didn't say that yet,
like that, a Blobby. I was like, I should try to, because everybody was getting married and shit, at 28. And I was, my daughter's father, he was, he's not ugly or anything, and we had the same group of friends. So I thought, you start feeling like around that age, I guess, that, because how you said the men around you are talking about marriage and stuff, a Blobby?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was that age that I ended up, thinking to myself, feeling like, oh, I better marry somebody. Settling. When you settle at that age, a lot of people will settle at that age and then get divorced at 40. 28 is when I had my daughter. Yeah. And I thought I would learn to love her father, but you don't learn to love somebody, because it's about passion and your heart racing. That's what it all comes down to. It's not chemical, it's the chemistry. I'm sorry, the chemistry. What was a Madonna song? Physical attraction or something?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know, have you ever touched somebody and you get goosebumps?
I don't know. All I know is angry, aggressive women are a turnoff, man. They're stomping around, angry all the time. I don't like real docile, giggling and tee-hee type females. That's a turnoff too. But
Maybe you should think about what your turnoff is
I don't
to
know.
women.
Women attacking Uber drivers and fighting in the
No,
street,
no, no. I'm saying,
resisting
what about
arrest. And
you? Is maybe you're not meeting anybody
I don't want to
because
meet
of what's
anybody. The
unattractive
desire's
about
gone. It's
you.
gone. I'm done. I've joined millions of other Americans. I'm done with it.
I mean, do
I
you
don't,
approach every woman like you are here?
what do you mean approach every woman like here?
I mean, do you go up to every woman and if they say the wrong thing, you start talking about how much better Filipino women are and shit? Because you aren't going to meet
No,
anybody that way.
no, I wouldn't do something like that. But
I think you do.
I don't.
Because
I
you had
learned
to
not
think
to
about it.
approach women in clubs because they're. I don't know
Right.
why they
Because
go to
you're
clubs
judgmental.
because
You
they're
know why?
hostile.
Because
Because of the
you're the
hostility.
person and you're not unattractive physically. And I tell you this all the time. But you need to stop because you are having a thought process that is so like narrow minded. Like you're just,
No,
you're on this one
I'm being
fucking
honest. No,
stream of
we're a pattern-seeking
offensiveness.
mammal. Human beings are a pattern-seeking mammal.
See?
You
Can
can
I
I
see
can
the
I
feel
say
like
pattern
something?
you
of
would touch
patterns of
somebody like they
behavior.
were a specimen.
We can read statistics.
You
They
are
don't
probably the
work.
worst in bed ever, secular.
What?
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
Sure.
Okay, so I heard him mention about going to the bars and stuff like that, right? And when you go to the bars, you get ready. You go at your best. You know, you take a shower, you shave, you go dress well, and your behavior is a lot different, more outgoing, more, and because you're trying to sell yourself. But the truth, at the end of the day, that's not really you. That's you at your best, and shining. And that's not even really you, like every day on a day-to-day basis. You might sit at home every day in sweats and a tank top, or you might not, prepare yourself and get ready and go to the gym all the time or whatever. But when you're going out, even if you're heavy set, you're going to try to be your best. So you're trying to sell yourself, and that's not even really the real you, you know?
Right.
And I don't think that there's a problem with being 50-50, or 10-90, how Ablavi said it. You're entitled to have your opinion, but I think some people see it as disrespectful, sec, that you say what you say, but I don't see anything wrong with you having your own opinion. If you want to be how you want to be, that's fine. If Ablavi wants to feel that what you're saying is wrong
Just
also,
down
that's
your
fine,
YouTube, secular.
I got it. I got it.
Yeah.
you know.
No, go ahead.
Uh,
Go ahead,
uh, um,
Jose.
I understand some individuals like to get women from the Philippines and Russians and all that stuff, them kind of brides or whatever. But at the end of the day, most of the time, that's all a hustle too. These women just want to provide for their
Mm-hmm.
family, so they
Yeah.
get in this situation, and they're able to provide for their kids, for their cousins, nephews, and all that stuff. So it's not even really out of love at the end of the day. When you meet somebody, though, I think Lee Thomas had said, you get that adrenaline and your hands are sweaty and stuff like that. And that's true because the sexual attraction's there, you know?
Right.
But with time, you don't always sweat. Like in every moment when you guys are together every day to day, it's not gonna be that sexual. It's not gonna be that enticing. And not every moment is gonna be happy. Somebody's gonna fucking fart, somebody's gonna shit, and somebody's
Right.
gonna do something somebody doesn't like throughout the day, whether it's a man or a woman that you're attracted to, on whatever sex, and whatever race,
Can
at the
I
end of the day,
interject?
we're all a human race. And yes, some nationalities are different because Hispanics have machismo, and other races are also looked at to
That's
have
for my nose.
different,
My nose is running.
Right.
you know other races are known to have different characteristics. But at the end of the day, somewhere, somehow, the other nationality or whatever is going to have the same characteristics somewhere amongst them. So a lot of this shit that we say is kind of bullshit, because yes, there's some Hispanics that are aggressive, you know There's some African Americans that are aggressive. There's some whites that are aggressive, you know. And in anything, you're gonna find role players. You're gonna find, you know, bisexual, whatever. You know.
Hey, I hate to interrupt.
Mhm.
Listen, you can keep your talking, so keep your thought. I have to take my dog outside because when I just stood up to blow my nose, he acted like he needs to go out. So keep talking if you guys don't mind. I'll
Okay.
keep listening. I have the phone with me. Okay? Is that
Okay.
okay?
I just want to make
And
one quick point, if I could interject, about dating. Like, say, for instance, American men dating and women from other countries. I'm not talking about them going over there or meeting them online and marrying them like that. I'm talking about women that they're already citizens here, even a second generation immigrant that maybe grew up in an immigrant community. And I found in a lot of situations, like in my
yeah.
situations, the families were more helpful than the American families. So it wasn't like the woman was just using the guy to support her extended family. I found in some of those, my perception is the immigrant communities are not as, they're more like my grandparents' generation. They're more family oriented, not as narcissistic. Like with my daughter's mother was from Lebanon, and her family was more, I just sensed that they were there. They weren't as individualistic. But I've dated several Arabic women, and I see a marked difference when you go to a wedding, a Middle Eastern wedding. The focus is on the married couple. It's not about getting drunk and talking about yourself. And it seems like the people from other countries value kids more than they do dogs and cats. Where
Can
a
I
lot of
interject on you now, Secular? Because my daughter is going to this wedding, right? And it's an arranged marriage, believe it or not.
okay,
And right, it's an arranged
okay,
marriage. They're both Indian, and she's got her master's. I mean, she's got she's good. She's got it going on. And Rachel said, "No, Mom, she's really beautiful, and he's really cute. He's a doctor." But she said, so how you're thinking of it as more traditional, I was surprised at how less traditional, because it's arranged marriage. But here's the thing: what it was, her parents who they live in America, and because it's not like the Big Bang Theory where they're talking on Skype. Um, there's a site, I guess, for them, whatever that is, for because they call it being in the same caste or something. It was caste of caste of class in India, kind of not in India, but per se, but their thought process in India is they call it, instead of your class, it's your caste of how much you make and how you are. So then they, where before they were arranging marriages from, which you have to admit, what you're talking about, Secular, a lot of those people were arranged marriages. And,
not
you're talking
true,
about the grandparents, because it's not
not
tradition.
true,
It's not like that anymore.
not true, not true. I
She
know a
went
lot
out
of
on,
people in Arabic and Bangladeshi communities that they're doing things the American way now. They get engaged, they take engagements more serious. You can't bring the guy to an Arabic guy that
how
lives
do you
with his
know? Have
American
you ever
girlfriend.
actually dated a woman who's Arabic or from Bangladesh?
Well, there's a lot of intolerance in those communities too. I've
How do
moved
you
to,
know? Have you ever actually?
I did what?
You did one or you did one?
Did what? Repeat that, please. I didn't hear what you
Oh,
said.
did you date an Arabic or Bangladesh or whatever you said?
Yeah, I had a couple. I dated a Chaldean Arab, and my daughter's mother's Lebanese. She had actually lived with a
And
guy
you're not even with her. So you're not even with her.
when she was in college, and she got a lot of grief for that.
Oh,
But
so what?
some
They get too
Arabs are
old for you?
open-minded, but there is a lot of they're more
Come on,
traditional
come on.
where
I,
don't
I
bring the
gotta,
guy
I gotta
around
move
unless
on.
you're engaged, sort of thing.
I know what you're gonna say. You're gonna just talk in fucking circles because you never admit it. You gotta listen back to how you sound.
Put the word, yeah.
Okay. Well, I just wish there wasn't so much divorce and division like there is in America now. So, but I think economics has a lot to do with it too. So lower wages and that stresses us out. That makes things harder. I remember when working in a supermarket back in the mid '80s was a really good job, a good union job. time and a half on Sunday, excellent benefits. Full time. Most of the jobs were full time.
Why is the Blavi so quiet? I'm so out of breath right now. Oh my god, because I walked these stairs. Is she still here? I see her icon. A Blavi? Okay, you guys talk.
I am trying my hardest with you, Secular, right now. I am really trying my hardest with you. Because, I mean, you sound delusional. Things change. So what? You're not able to make the amount of money you made 30 years ago. Tough. You need to get a new profession and do what you want. Do you think that the best women in these societies are going to date you? No. Because whatever issue you having with American women, you're going to have it with women in other areas. I don't know why it's always the woman's fault with you and you take no accountability.
Well, no, there's an issue when I come home and I bust my ass all day and I come home and she's sitting on the couch on the phone and the place is dirty and I'm doing all the cleaning and she's not helping. She's not cooperating. I'm doing everything. She's not getting a job. She's got a degree, but she's doing half-ass, going from one part-time job to the next. It takes two. I'm just talking about simple cooperation.
Correct.
I flat out told a woman to get out once. I said, get out.
But you chose that woman.
You know, that was a bad choice.
You chose a woman who was not interested in cooking and cleaning. You chose a woman who wanted to stay at home and do what you thought was nothing. Why is it that it's all her fault and no accountability is on you?
Yeah, well, I don't mind doing the cooking and cleaning. Yeah, it was the accountability was on me because I jumped into it, but. You know, I don't mind doing cooking and cleaning, but I shouldn't have to do all of it. If I'm not working, or if I'm working and she's not working, I shouldn't have to get carry out after work. I shouldn't have to. I'm tired. You can't have something, you know, a pot of stew made or whatever. A lot of those foreign ladies cook, and they cook spicy food. They want to nurture me and make sure I'm well fed and.
But even with that, you didn't see them value enough to marry. So what does it matter if somebody?
Well, the situations were all different. One lady had, she was in her 40s. I was in my early 30s, but she had 3 kids that the dad wasn't involved with, and it was too much. Sweet as pie.
But strong, you didn't value her enough.
Sweet. She kept her femininity. Sweet as pie.
But you didn't respect the relationship enough to marry.
But you know what?
I don't believe in marriage. You are the one that proposes. If you thought that she was that great and you believe in marriage, you would have married her. You can't get mad at American woman when you're choosing wrong, and when you do get a quality woman, you throw her to the trash.
Well, I get mad at guys that get nice Filipino women and don't treat them right. I knew my friend Andy he had a lady, she stuck by his side he kept hanging out all night. He had a bit of a cocaine problem and it made me sick. She was sweet as pie and a lot of women would have been gone. She came over to America when she was real young. She was somewhat Americanized, but a lot of American women would have cut and ran. They would have been adios, I'm out of here. She stuck with him and stuck with him and stuck with him. You know, they had 4 kids together. And I empathize with the women a lot too. I'm not just, you know, if you got a good woman, your woman's.
But you don't do that. You say one thing and do another. You have not committed to these good women. Why on earth would a woman sit here, cook, clean, and take care of you when you're not willing to commit to her?
Well, I have committed. I did commit.
You didn't commit to marriage.
Well.
And you believe in marriage.
Well, I was wrong to not be more to commit.
Okay, so you were being
agreeable. I'm looking at the bigger picture. I'm looking at the bigger picture in society. I think too many people took their rebellion against marriage too far.
They did what you did.
If I could go back.
Can I interrupt for 1 second? It's totally irrelevant. You see, I said that's sweet, habla, right here, right? I meant to say that's true. Ablavi about when she said, then you kicked them to the curb. You said they were a good woman, and then you kicked them to the curb. So I was like, that's true, Ablavi. And then up here, when Ace said, my dad, okay, that right there, I was trying to say, that's sweet Ace. but I combine the two. I just want to clarify that. I hope you guys get the
Okay.
train of thought.
You have a very weird way of showing people that you appreciate them. You want
Me?
cooperation for no reason. You want to be
Me?
selfish.
Oh, secular? Thank God.
Yeah, for no reason. Why would a woman sit here, cook and clean when you're not even going to commit to her?
Well, I would have committed if. Well, there's a bigger picture there. So, I don't know.
You don't commit. If you wanted to be married, you would have. If you wanted to commit to a woman, you would have. You live in an area where you meet all these women who are so willing to put up with you because that's their culture, but yet you found none of those women to date. You found none of those women to marry. So why are you having such a hard on for American women when you don't want to commit?
Plus, you know, a lot of those girls on the stroll are hookers. I mean, let's face it, Carrie. Do you really want a hooker?
I've been with hookers before.
We know that's therein lies the problem.
Yeah.
Therein lies the problem. Maybe you shouldn't approach a woman and say, "Look, I've been with hookers that acted better than you."
Oh God.
Listen, my issue isn't so much what you're into. I don't really care who you sleep with. I don't really care how appeasing you find their culture and whatever else they may be.
Well, I think we can learn a lot.
My issue with you is these slick ass comments that you make about American women and your little misogynistic ways because you refuse to go after men because men is who you really mad at. And I can't stand when a man does that.
Oh,
if you have a problem with the power dynamic in the United States, then check other men. If you're not willing to check other men, then shut up about it.
Right. And look at this, Ablavi. Look at XX comment. She says she has 3 kids. My oldest moved 3 streets away so she can be close to me. My middle one is my shadow, and my youngest one tells me she's never leaving. And I'm guessing, and I'm willing to guess, because even Miss Cray Cray Debbie, Ace, myself, and if you had a child, I'm sure you would do this. But women raise the children on their own. So how can you? And those are all, and we're all your friends. But listen,
why doesn't the guy?
No, let me ask you a question without talking over me because you don't respect women. Let me ask you, as your friend, and this is why we get so mad. This is why we get so mad because everything isn't so cut and dry. Everything isn't black and white. Everything isn't, like that. It's not, everything isn't that way. So how can you, in your heart of hearts, say to your friends who right here you're surrounded by strong women, okay? How can you say American women are this, are that, are this or that, and think? Now, this is the thing about you. See, what you aren't seeing here is that as offensive as you are sometimes, we still are sitting here with you because we like you. So those are issues, those are things that aren't written down, but they're things that you should feel and respect. It's like your moral compass, it should be just natural for you to say, why would I want to offend these women? Look at them all. They're so strong. Why would you not say those things? Why would you offend us by throwing us into a category instead of recognizing us as individuals?
Because I respect you.
No, you don't respect me.
Yes, I do.
You don't respect me. No, you don't. Because you wouldn't have said, well, women are the most aggressive, especially black women. That's not what somebody that respects you says to you. No, you don't respect.
Right. Mm-hmm. True. And just like I said, if it was me you were arguing with, you would have said Jewish women or something, or white women. You would have said whatever you could to be hateful. And that's the thing, because we're your friends. So at the end of the day, when we think about you, we love you, but we wonder why you find us so offensive.
Well, the African women, I don't see that. I don't see the same
the first 3 words,
the hatred and aggression towards men that I do.
Wow. First 3 words, and I didn't listen to the rest of your
sentence. Let's go into that because I'm both African American and I'm African. First of all,
female.
the African perception, you would not be seen as a man to marry. Most African women want their children to marry doctors, lawyers, or engineer. Let's keep it all the way.
Understand. I know that. Right.
So when you talk about this submission, the best women are dating the best men in the society, and that goes for all women. The African women, too, do not, if they are going to date out, it is assumed the man that they are dating out is wealthy, because it is assumed you will be taking care of her family. And most of the women that date out in America are from poorer households, and they come from less. Right. And that's why they are more willing to date men in this society. I don't come from a poor background of either of my parents. And I will not stand here and have you talk to me any old way because you're upset because I'm reading you for filth and you need this reading. Because the way you treat women is despicable, and your issue is with men. And if you have a problem with men, address men. Don't cower away from women. If you have a problem that men are not making the amount of money that you want, then go to the men that are over you, that told you that you're not worth the money you are, and check them. Don't check women because you voted or people you know voted for men who screwed you in the long term. That has nothing to do with women. This country has been run by men for several years. If you have a problem with the amount of money you're making, if you have a problem with the way this country is run, your issue is with men.
There are female conservative.
Their issue is how many male presidents have we had? How many male representatives have we had? How many male people are in Congress? How many men were on the Supreme Court? If you have an issue with the American lifestyle, you have an issue with men. And if you're not going to address men, then don't address it at all.
That's true. I mean, because for an example, I was in the comments of some, shooting in Oregon saying, well, he shouldn't have brought a gun into school. He shouldn't have brought a gun into school. This guy, he could have been doing a mass shooting. And the bottom line is their laws is that you can bring a gun into a school. So, like you said, they should be fighting with them, and that's the problem with people. He should fix himself. Harry needs to fix himself. He can't change the government. He needs to fix himself.
You don't care about me. You're
yes,
attacking.
we do, or we wouldn't even talk to you. I mean, even tonight, didn't I say we got to give props to Terry, though, because he's got the thickest skin of anyone.
Nobody cares about me. Nobody wants to cuddle with me.
Nobody cares about me.
You don't know me.
Secular's voice. That's Secular's voice. When I do the voices in the room, and he'll go, "You're just mocking people," and I'm like, "You're mocking people." But he knows that when I'm, that I notice when I'm up here alone and I want to, I want to go to the bathroom or I have something to do, and I'll go. So if somebody wants to come up, he'll come up, and I know that he does that as my friend because he's.
Yeah, it's more that you're a human being. You're not just a woman human being. You're a human being.
Wow.
You're not an American woman.
You usually fuck it up within 3 words. I got to give you that.
Huh? What did I say wrong now? I'm saying you're a friend. You're more.
Well, you got to say, I mean, you're a human being too. Like, I should be a human being first to you, not a woman first. Like, well, I didn't get to number 2 on the list. Why not to treat her like shit?
You can never say the right thing with women, man. It's like they're.
Oh man, maybe it's about you. Maybe you should really listen to the live streams back on everybody's and listen to them and pretend you're not you and you're just listening. Because you'll hear what everybody's saying to you. You'll hear what you're saying yourself.
Well, Blavi?
Go ahead.
I'm not the only person that's suggested that Black women are angry and hostile and that they chase men away, Black American women. That's a common theme in books, talk shows, rappers.
Why wouldn't anybody chase you away? No matter what color.
Yeah.
Get out of here, you misogynist.
I'm not a misogynist.
So hold on. So if I said, based on
voted for women.
anatomy, hold on, I were to say, white men are more likely to have smaller dicks. And
Okay.
since
That's probably true. No,
hold
that's
on.
true.
So it wouldn't, and I would just say, if a man has a smaller dick, he's not able to sexually appease a woman. So if I said white men aren't sexually appealing to, can't sexually satisfy men, and I were to say that to you, that would be something a friend would say.
I know I would respect that. Would it be something a friend would say because it's honest? There's anthropological. There was an anthropologist on the
It's a straw man argument. So what? Yes, the average black man has a bigger penis than the white man. But as we know, sexual preference and vaginas are different from woman to woman. So hold on. Why would I make a straw man argument about something that is different from woman to woman just because it might make sense in a sentence?
Right. Well, I've had sexual relations with black women that wanted to have sex with me on a third and fourth and fifth time. So I know that.
No, but what you said was rude. What you said was rude. What you said was disrespectful. What you said was
respectful because I was honest.
It was not respectful.
You could have said that to me, and I've had women say that to me.
Listen, cray.
I've had women tell me about their preferences to my face, that they did like a certain race or whatever. Didn't bother me at all. That's how they feel.
You didn't say that. You did not say that because of preferences. You said that because my argument was making sense and it wasn't a straw man argument, and you felt a certain type of way. So you wanted to take a dig at me and put me in my place as a woman.
Everything he says is disrespectful because
there's a lot of
is so stubborn and one-minded that sometimes I question, can somebody really be that way in real life?
Go on YouTube and look at the aggression among women.
No,
I see it in you.
African American women. Big groups of women fighting in the street.
There is no war on this planet that a man wasn't involved in. There was a time period where if you couldn't kill, you couldn't eat. Don't give me that BS.
That's a straw man argument.
Don't give me what's a straw man? Name a war that a man wasn't in killing. Name one.
Wait a minute, what? I want to know what a straw man is.
I didn't say woman didn't. I said it's every war is man killing. I didn't say woman didn't.
Yeah, you're right, men. But women are seem to becoming more testosterone.
No, this is what you don't.
What is a straw man, though? What does that mean?
No, women are becoming more aggressive in society.
Did you say strong man or straw man?
I don't know. I don't remember.
I can't hear because he keeps talking. Stop, secular. I want to hear a Bobby.
Okay. What did you say, Bobby? Argument is an argument that doesn't necessarily correlate. So things might be true, but people like to make inferences with the information given, and that's not true. And that's what secular does all the time when he's batted in a corner, and when he has to, and when somebody gets him on the nail. Two things
every time. He's always
you have a problem with men, and I understand that you're going to go through me because you are scared of men. And if once you get into the femininity is what you're getting into, I'm going to push you out. I'm not getting more masculine. You are in my feminine space. Stay out of it.
Ooh. Wow. She's out. She don't mean that because then she'll say, "Come on up, secular." There's me always. Rourke laughs because he'll say something. I go, "Oh, but Rourke doesn't mean that." Or if somebody else says that, and I go, "But they don't mean that." At the end of the day, I love all of them.
I've gotten
and I think we're all individuals.
Other groups of men. I've gotten together with other groups of men to stand up to men that were abusing their power and authority, or single men that were abusing their power and authority.
But what, you agree with Spaceman? Is that what you're saying, secular?
That the most evil dictator was a woman. Yeah, there were some nasty female leaders out there. That's for sure.
But I'm wondering, do you really, like you just did, right? Do I say something, or a woman says something, and you really don't listen, do you? Like you don't listen.
If
And
they're not
Jose,
nagging at me, if
let
they're
me just
nagging at
say,
me, then
Jose, let me just say something to Jose. Do you think that Ablavi and I are right? You're a man. Now, I want to know, like, men may think what they want to think about, like how to treat a woman, all that stuff. But they won't say anything. So they'll only let the women speak it. So then the women look like the bitches because the man ain't going to say nothing. So let me just
Hey,
ask you, do you think the same thing?
I think, and it's not just to agree with you because it's your show, but I think what you're saying, I think what you guys are saying, there's some truth to it, but I also believe that secular has an argument and
Well, tell us.
can feel the way he wants to, but like I was saying earlier, there's a little bit of everything in every like nationality, every race, I mean, we're all the human race, but there's a little bit of everything in that. And yes,
Mhm.
things are changing. Women want more, and before it used to be the man using the woman, and now it's the woman using the man. The tables have turned. But
Well,
it's not,
I'm
I'm not trying
asking
to
you,
argue.
would you say to secular, if you were somebody who, say your sister was dating him, okay? And
Yeah.
she told you, oh, here is where he kind of hangs out in this chat room. And you didn't announce that you were that person's sister. And you were listening to him talk and say the things he said. What would you report back to your sister?
He'd probably be single.
He'd be single. Right. Can you tell us why? Because maybe
Uh,
secular
um,
will listen more if it's coming
yeah.
from a man. That's all. The only reason why I'm saying it. Maybe he'll listen if it's a man's voice. Because I know for a fact that, like, the reason why he changes the issue all the time and does the straw man argument is because he just hears a woman's voice and doesn't listen. So go ahead,
my
Jose.
problem is that even if, like, say for instance my sister, right, even if she's wrong or right, I'm still gonna take her side, and I've always told her that, and it's just because we're related.
Yeah, but I'm not
And
asking you why you took her side. I'm just asking you, why would you say to her that he should still be single? What would make your determination? It's just a hypothetical situation.
because I just feel like he's like just too, like, I don't know. It's like if he's too demanding, like if he just wants things his way, like he's one-sided. But I can understand and respect that he has his own thoughts. It's just I wouldn't want
No,
that
I'm
for my
asking you
sister.
what you would say. Why? I say, pretend. We're pretending. I say to you, so what do you think of him? And you say, I think you should stay away from him. And I go, why? And we like rewatch the stream together. What are the characteristics that you think make him not a viable mate?
Uh, I'm gonna be honest. I don't really want to answer it because I don't want to be
You
No, you
can't think
mean.
can.
about
And
being offensive. He's right here. He knows you're his friend. He knows you're not. I'm putting you in it's a hypothetical thing.
I'm a free speech guy. I'm a science and reason. I'm not educated, but you might as well tell how you feel. I respect free speech and I'm very thick skinned, put it that way. And thick skulled, but that's another story.
And I know you, Jose. Really think about how you would say it to your sister. Like, what would you explain? They've gone out on a couple of dates, and she's like, I'm really still not sure. Watch
He
him.
acts like Ted Bundy.
She's really not sure yet. She's on the fence, and you watch him, and you would already say, no, not good. Now, this guy's looking for the perfect mate, according to him. Why would you say he's not the perfect mate to anybody, even if it's not your sister? Anybody.
because what I see is he's looking for someone to be exactly how he wants to be. He doesn't want an individual. He wants what he's looking for, like that perfect somebody, and that doesn't exist. He's never gonna be content with her. You
So he's
understand?
always going to want what the guy next to him at the restaurant ordered. He'll order his food and then see the other guy's food come and say, I should have ordered that. So yeah, he'll never be content. You know why? Because you're making a list, and no list ever gets filled, or you can't make a list like that. You're holding yourself to a one-way thought where you're missing opportunities probably down the road, and that's why your thoughts keep getting more stronger and more buried into you, ingrained into your skull, because you're not letting yourself just go. I mean, you gotta stop. Like you just said, you're not a smart guy. You are wicked smart, Terry. Wicked smart. Terry, you're smart.
Yeah. Hey, thanks. No, I think too much. That's a problem.
Yeah, and we all do that, Terry. But let's, so in that admittance that we all think too much, I think it's all right to be analytical and to think, but try to think more positive. That's all you can do.
I do feel joy, and but I get mad at my female relatives and friends if they chase a good guy away, and I'm like the Arabic guys like that. I tend to.
Yeah, but you chase, and listen to you just went again to that. You label so many people. I mean, you are big on labels.
Well, so do you. You do the same thing when you talk. You bring up ethnicity and race. There's some things about other cultures I don't like too, but some things are.
I know, but why worry about that? Why are you worried about that?
Because we can learn from it. We can learn.
Okay, but Terry, don't you think that sometimes, you're missing out on being a little happy? And this is coming from somebody
I'm happy because I'm single.
So you got to think to yourself, if
I'm not coming home to somebody laying around on the couch.
Oh, be positive and, find the positive in life. Then, and if other people, like if you listen to their stories, like even Jose, and I'm sure Ablavi has, like whatever went on in her, maybe she doesn't, but maybe she had a wonderful, but I'm just saying people get through so much that, we all have to keep, you'd be amazed at how many people keep going and aren't so judgmental and negative, because you say it a lot. You go, you never find that. You'll never find it. So you're already convinced that you're not going to find it.
I know a lot of women in their 50s that they just want a cat or a dog, and they want to be single.
Well, maybe it's because you don't say, maybe it's because this, Terry, think about this. You don't say, I wouldn't mind having a woman in her 50s. You don't say, I don't care about age. I don't discount anyone.
I actually don't. I dated a 70. I've dated them 20 years younger, but let them have their dogs and their cats and their dildos if that's what makes them happy.
Wow.
Let them be alone. Let them have it.
See, Terry?
More power to them.
You talk to him, Jose, and you tell him about what he just did wrong there. Please.
I missed it because I was getting ready for a shower. Remember I told you?
Oh, my God. That's how men are.
No, it wasn't on purpose. It's because I text messaged you.
How could you not be listening and get ready for a shower?
Stop nagging it.
Put the phone down. I put the phone down for a second.
See, that's what it is, Ablavi. Women are the nurturers and the
Ablavi?
Yeah.
I apologize if I offended you. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
That's what I like about everybody here, that everybody here is, at the end of the day, we're all friends. It's like going to a place where you go and have a drink and you go, oh, I hope I see Ablavi there. Oh, I hope I see Secular. And if somebody's not there, or, people will, like with Secular today earlier, talking smack, and, you kind of know. He's like, yeah. But it's nice. I like that. That was nice what he just did. You have to admit it. Even though you'll probably bust each other again, at the end of the day, we're friends.
Yeah. Jose, how long you been coming around? I've seen your name a few times.
How long's it been now?
Yeah, are you from the Chosen One circle?
No, I mean I've been there. I've been at Spilling the Tea. I've been at Surviving Kensington. I've been at Bobbles.
Yeah, Yeah, you told your
And
story somewhere. I heard you tell you were on a live. I think Survivor Girl. You told your story, or what? No, it was on
yeah,
Bobbles. You told your story on
yeah,
Bobbles.
yeah. I've been around for a little bit, not too long though, you know. But I'm
What'd you tell
excited.
your
I'm happy to be here.
testimony? Like, did you
My
talk about your
testimony.
testimony, like your, addiction that you said?
Yeah, I remember. Yeah,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
in
yeah,
gang life or something, right?
yeah. Some of that too.
Your
Yeah.
testimony, like your, addiction.
But I'm gonna jump in the shower real quick. Should I step down from the panel or should I just stay there? And
You
I'll be
should
No,
back.
turn
you
the
step
camera
down
on
from the
and let the
panel.
ladies watch you shower.
No. I'll get him out of here. That's the case. You should step down. You can come back. We'll be here probably.
Okay,
Anyway,
awesome.
Spaceman
Okay.
has a question for Ablavi anyway, so we'll see you
Yeah.
in a bit. Enjoy thinking
Oh,
about
Peace,
us.
love, and tacos. I gotta go.
Don't imagine that me and Ablavi are in the shower with you.
oh God.
Now he will. Now he will.
No, just kidding. Nah,
Can't help
but
it. I'm not
just
gonna soap you down. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna.
just so you guys know, this is one of the ones where I feel more at home. I do enjoy the other channels though, but this is where I feel more at home. You know?
Good.
Oh, that's so man. You just that's so nice. And I don't care
All
how
right.
much you sweet talk me. I'm not gonna rub you down or towel you off.
Ooh, baby. How would Secular say it? Ooh, baby, I like it raw.
Raw dog.
Or Teddy Pendergast. What is it?
No, I don't do
I'll
that.
wash your body. You wash
Hmm.
mine.
That's from that beige push. All right, you guys have
Turn
a
off
great
the
night.
light.
Good night.
I want to hop in the shower with Miss Passion and Byron.
Ah, secular. You are metro secular. Fucking, I can't even think. I can't even believe. You're funny as hell. They would rough you up and turn you out. You'd come back never the same.
Peace, love, and tacos. Have a good night. Bye.
Good night.
You're leaving?
Yeah.
Why did he leave?
Don't know. But I'll answer the question. What are you going to do if you can't find a man that is wealthy enough to support you? Honestly, right now, my biggest goal is I have a few more goals and financial decisions that, I have to accomplish. If I find a man, that's great. I'm not willing to do 100 put 100. I'm only willing to invest in my career. Now, if I get in the 50s and I have the career I want and I have my money, and if I choose to adopt a child, great. If I find somebody later in life and you have your house, I have mine, great. But I don't see anything wrong with being single for the rest of my life.
No, I don't either. And that's why when I hear people say things like, like if they want to have an insult, like, same thing with secular, referring to race. So if they want an insult, then they have to refer to somebody's age or body shape shaming or, whatever it is, because it's the same. Like, aging is inevitable. But at the end of the day, like you're saying, you're okay to be single, and I am too. And it just so happens that maybe when you get here, you'll see how much you have in common with.
Correct.
You're not the one who says it. I'm not saying you say it. I don't mean you, like, personally. Go ahead.
Okay, he has another one. Also, Blavy, what is it to have a man that suits you later in life and gets injured and no longer has the income you want to live from? Would you stay and help take care of him? No, I wouldn't divorce you. I'm interested in, if I were to have a child, I would want to be able to have enough money so whatever that child would want to do, if he wants to invest in a company, if that child wants to create a fashion line, he would be able to, or she, to come to me. Now, if I marry a man and let's say he gets hurt when I'm older in life, or let's say we've been married 10 years and he gets hurt, how I am about money and my finances, I will be fine taking care of it.
Yeah, but he's asking you about the love part of it. Like, would you want to take care of him? See, you won't be able to answer that question because you're not in love. Not
Yeah,
saying
we could
anybody
take
would be
care
able to
of.
answer it.
No,
You know
I'm
what I
very
mean?
domestic. Listen, I think if in order to marry somebody, could I be as successful as I want to be? Yes. But I
But
would
I
have
think
to
he's
give up.
saying that if she had no income, oh, sorry, no longer has that income, like, so the income wasn't still coming in like
Well,
that.
I never live with anybody. I will never move in with a man if I can't do all the bills by myself. So that's
Good. Yep.
something wrong.
Exactly.
I
Yep,
would never
exactly.
live with somebody where
Right.
I couldn't take
Right.
care of, because you never know if you died tomorrow.
Right.
I would never
Right.
live
Exactly.
where I couldn't
Right.
afford,
Right.
even if
Exactly.
your paycheck
Right.
was gone.
Right. And that's what I mean when I say as somebody who can bring 100, 100. Because if something happens where you got to bring 100, you want to know that whether it's the woman or the man, that gets hurt or out of work, that other person has been. So I feel like now, do you live by yourself?
Yeah.
Okay. So there you go, right there. That is the whole thing right there. That's the key. So, you can take care of yourself. You don't want a man that comes from his mother's to his girlfriend's to his wife, and then is back at his mother's because, him and his wife split up. And I understand how child support might hit a man so hard that they have to go back to their moms or something. That I get. But some of them are back at their moms or still living with their mom.
But
And
I think
I,
the real reason why I don't want to have children is because, and I know people are not going to find this really nice, but just I know there is a potential I will be the only one raising that child for eternity, no matter how good the spouse I have is. I know that's a potential, whether he dies, whether he doesn't want to be involved, whatever. And I'm not at a point where I want to take care of a child for the rest of my life. Like, it
I
would be
hear you.
nice if you stay, but I know as a woman that is a possibility.
Yep. Yeah.
And
Because
I'm not
that's how
willing.
most men are.
Well, it's for whatever reason. If it's the man, if it's me, for whatever reason. And I just don't want to go through that. I don't want to sit here and have to struggle with a child.
And I hear what you're saying. It's not that I meant to say that's how most men are. I
Yeah.
think it's more like the fact that, plus, when I was saying about when your period goes away and you can't have kids anymore, if a guy wants to start his family all over again, a woman, she can't. And plus, I will tell you, I think when you have kids with the guy that you're married with, it's hard to go back to that mindset of the whole getting wild and, being sexy and all that
Yeah.
shit. Yeah, because you're talking about the kids all the time and it's this and that. So I do think that it's hard to, it's probably hard. I don't to keep that whole intimacy passionate, lose yourself in the sex kind of thing when
True.
the kids are there and this and that. My daughter says she's not going to have kids either. She's 25.
I'm not going to say anything. I mean, I might change my mind, but in the near future, no.
Yeah, that's what she says too. She says, me, but I don't think she doesn't. She told me she goes, she was somewhere and there was a cute baby and everybody was like, oh, what a cute baby, what a cute baby. And she even kind of surprised herself that her initial, like her thought wasn't like everybody else's, like, oh, cute baby, but she was just like, baby, and she wasn't the little kid who like always carried around a baby doll and stuff either.
No.
Yeah. Yeah. I wonder if that's like a sign of, when reading children. Did you like have the little baby stroller with the baby doll in it when you were growing up, or did you play with different things when you were young?
No, I didn't really like Barbies. I liked Bop It. That was my favorite thing. The Toy Story toys. I liked anything that could tear.
Right. And that so things that you didn't have to carry gently and worry about and stuff, so that you could
Yeah.
right. So it could be an indicative thing in children if if your baby girl doesn't play with, baby carriages and baby dolls. Barbie and stuff is an independent woman, actually, when you think about it, but they never really married her off, right?
Yeah. If you
Huh.
think you're lonely now, wait until tonight. No, but I don't think like I'm not against marriage, right? Like I don't see like if I were to marry, say I get older and if I were to marry a man who made less money than me, I have the understanding that if we get a divorce, I would have to subsidize his lifestyle. I'm very aware of that. But that doesn't deter me from marriage.
Thinking that you might have, right? You're just, you know what it is? You're 28 and you have your life ahead of you right now. You know, time flies so quick that suddenly, like, think of what is it? I was gonna say 12 years, but it's 22 years that you'll be 50. But that 22 years it flies by. Crazy, really crazy.
Yeah, you only have one life. Listen, I got trips to travel. I got puppies to adopt. I'm good.
Let me ask you this: have you ever seen a ghost?
Nope.
Never.
Never.
Do you believe in ghosts?
Nope.
Have you ever been to like a psychic or anything?
Nope. I don't believe in it. What happened? Why are you so quiet?
Can you hear me? Can you hear
Yes.
me? Okay, I'm sorry. I thought I dropped myself, but I didn't. Oh, I was sharing a link to when he put, if you think you're lonely now, wait until tonight, girl. It's a Bobby Womack song. And it's a song called If You Think You're Lonely Now, Wait Until Tonight, Girl. It's a really it's a nice song. When I was a bartender, I remember there was this couple. Sometimes they come in late at night. They were a black couple, and they were older. And at one time they had come in. It was very random and rare when they'd come in. But one time they came in and he had said that he liked that song. So he played it. And then the next time that I saw them, they came in and they seemed a little different from the first time. Like they weren't slow dancing with each other anymore, but in an empty bar. So I played it. And then they started to slow dance together again. You know?
Nice.
Yeah. And Rourke happens to be one of his songs that he seems to like because he said it a couple of times to me, which is it's a not common song, but it's a really good song. If you like that good soul music, like that's nice music.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotta check it out.
Yeah. Good one.
Well, Survivor Girl, I gotta go to bed. I gotta go to work in the morning. But it was good chatting with you. God, Sec really knows how to just not stop with the knife.
Right? Push your buttons, right? I know, he really does.
I feel like it's a turn on for him to piss some American woman off.
Maybe it is. Like maybe that's what he jerks off to. Maybe he does rewatch the plays, the live streams.
Yeah.
We're like his porn for him.
Exactly. Because he loves pissing me off.
Yeah, right? I bet you we're his porn. Oh wow, we'll give him that. It was great having you here, Bobby. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. And maybe Rourke will call in now because he's scared.
Well, he did show back up, didn't he? Where is he? Oh yeah, because he just you got Blueberry.
Yeah, maybe he'll show up. Maybe we'll actually see a face one of these days.
I know, right? He's even got a GIMP mask on in the drawing that he did.
Look at him, all ready to get me to go. Bye, Bobby.
He is funny. You have to admit, when he does Rita Hayden,
he's so scared. Like, I just want him and Vlad to come up again, and we can finish our conversations.
Why doesn't Vlad come up with you? What did you do to Vlad? I thought you and Vlad liked each other.
No, Vlad gives me a hard time. He's like secular. Well, he's not like a secular. He's like a I don't
He's
know what
not
it
that
is with him.
secular.
No, but Rorik, whenever you are ready I will go with baby gloves. As Spaceman, he was fine with it. It didn't hurt him at all. It was painless.
Mr. Rourke is really funny. Like, have you ever talked? Like, Lad is totally different than what he is on YouTube. Like, he's not. You know how he jokes? He's not as. That's why I couldn't believe that it was him, because he's not as funny in real life. Lad.
No, he's not like secular. They're different, but then they're similar.
Yeah, secular is his own fucking breed. You know,
Like if
Vladimir calls
calm down
secular
a bit.
metro secular. He goes
No,
metro man.
I get it with him. He's very like combative.
Secular.
Yeah.
He is a metrosexual, that's for sure.
Yeah, he's very combative, very.
But if you talk to him about fashion, he would love it. You know what I think? This is what I think. And this is no offense against anybody who's homosexual, but I think that secular has to come out of the closet.
Really? No, I don't get that from him. I get a strong dislikement of not being right.
Yeah, but he doesn't like women, but he didn't agree with you that he doesn't like men, because any guy I've ever known that cares about skinny jeans, and I'm not being offensive, secular, if you're watching this. Please, just know I'm not. I'm just telling you what I see as a person on the outside, secular, if you're listening. Okay? Yeah, bi, definitely. Definitely bi. Definitely bi, XX. He's definitely bisexual. I'm sorry, secular, but even if you have never tried it, I know that you want to.
Oh.
But I feel like secular would be, I don't know, possibly happier with a younger gay male that they could go shopping together with.
No, I think there's somebody who really hurt him, and I wish he would get.
I'm not saying what in the past would happen. I'm talking about for his future. He needs to face the fact that, that he is, possibly might want to just
maybe we can get secular to be calm. Maybe we can get Rorik to come up and not be. I don't know why he's so scared. What did we talk for 15 minutes?
He's not scared. He's like offended.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Why is he offended?
Because he feels like that. I don't know. You know what?
You do.
This is the thing, though, because but if I say what I really think, then he's the type who will just stop talking to somebody, and it's like, I don't want him to stop talking to me, but I'm saying like that. Okay, if it's true that he really did sleep with 300 women, okay, that sucks. Because say I lived near him, right, and say that we really did like each other, that would be, a deal breaker.
Oh, wait a minute. So he doesn't like me because I ruined your love connection by.
No. It's because no, that's my thought. He doesn't even think that way. I'm saying that being honest, right? Because I don't want to know. I don't know why he feels that you offended him, because I feel like it's possible that 300 women might be offensive. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
it's cool that that's the number, but it's kind of not cool that it's online.
Right.
People know.
No. It's not cool that that's the number. No, it's not cool. It's actually a need to know thing. So if he did that, then I would say don't ever tell anybody. Not even online, not even undercover in somebody's ear that you wanted. Never say it. Never say it.
Well, why? Like, we're grown. If you slept with 1,000 people, if you slept with 2, You're with that person now. What does it matter?
It's because if somebody is living no, because he's gonna be mad at me, and I can't talk about this to you on here because then that's the reason I think that I don't know.
If
I
you gave
feel
your
like
if you gave a piece of you every time, what's the reason? If your number's 1,000,000, who cares? You
well, I
decided to
think
be with
people
that one
care.
person.
I think people care though.
No, I think at the end of the day, if you're disease free, what does it matter? Listen, enjoy your
Right, that's what
old
I'm
age.
saying. If you're deceased, right? So in a society where people think, okay, well, before we sleep with somebody, oh, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hello? Okay. In the society
Yes, I
of
can hear you.
being disease free, in the society of being disease free, then I think that most people would have questions like that, or maybe even, do the whole, go and get tested and shit like that. I get that. But so if he's disease free and didn't sleep with 300 women, or if I am disease free and I slept with 1,000 guys, but I'm disease free, okay, fine. It's when you say something like that, then the person can't get some things you can't get out. Some things are. It makes you kind of think to yourself, okay, so can this person discard 301 times? If they could discard 300 people, then can they just discard?
Well, you never know until I don't know. I think however many you've had, good. Enjoy
I
them.
think it's a need to know basis.
For what? If COVID told us anything, you have one life to live. What does it matter what other people think? I don't pay his mortgage. I don't pay his car note.
No,
And I
it's
don't.
not what we think. It's about if you were, yeah, but don't you think that sometimes it's best like not to ask whether it's the girl or the guy, if you're dating somebody, how many people have you slept with? That is definitely not the question to ask.
Why
Oh
not?
my God, you know what? Listen, my device is going to shut down. They just put a message on here saying they're doing a freaking update in 50 seconds. It's 49
Okay.
seconds.
Bye,
All right, you guys.
everybody.
Yeah, because it's going to shut down because I kept denying it. Okay. Good night, Ablavi. Thank you for being here. And thank you, everybody in the chat. And Rourke, please don't be mad at me. Okay. Bye, you
Bye.
guys. Bye, Ablavi.